The wrong hero. Summary. A man finds himself in the place of Naofumi. With foreknowledge of future events, Dante MacRory will thrive in this new world. Because, really, when has knowing the future ever led to bad events? Chapter text. Important note, I will mention this ahead of time. This FIC will be using info from not just the light novels, but from Reprise of the Spear Hero, as well as their web novel associates. Needless to say, spoilers for anyone intending to read any of that. The smell of iron filled the air. Iron and smoke. The smoke was from the man in the room, Dante MacRory. He'd just lit a cigarette after he sat in his recliner. Relaxing after a long day was important, after all. As for the smell of iron. Gore. He clenched his stomach as he tried to stand. The fridge still had some beer in it, and Dante really wished he grabbed a bottle before he sat down. He brought his hand up to his face and saw it coated in blood. Guess that's not happening. Dante had been shot. Movies try to glamorize the protagonist fighting through a gut shot to save the day. Honestly? Big enough round sitting in your stomach will keep you from moving around. Dying really sucked. Bet you know all about that, don't you? Dante turned to the other person in the room, who lay on the ground, staring back at him. The fear and anger still plastered on his face as blood ran down his forehead to the floor. Probably not. Lucky bastard. It wasn't all bad. He was able to kill the man before he did Dante in. I should feel at least a little good about that. However, he couldn't help but turn his head to see the 2 bullet holes in his wall. One of said holes was made after the bullet had passed through some metal tubing he'd set on the table. Who the hell can get their hands on armor-piercing pistol rounds and miss 2 shots at 15 feet? The hell did you get that stuff anyway? Doesn't matter. Dante wasn't really in any position to judge. Sure, he killed him in 1 shot after the man missed 2 and hit him in the gut with the 3rd, but well, that didn't matter either. In a few minutes, he would be at peace. Thank God. His vision had started to blur. It started to feel like things slowed down. One last drag on his cigarette, then he dropped it on the ground. Damn. Oh well. I guess that's it then. Darkness finally covered his vision. And then Dante felt his body was moving. It felt as if he was falling. I suppose that's confirmation of where I'm headed. But then, he slammed into the ground. He let out a groan as he tried to move. The summoning ritual was a success. A voice called out. He shifted on the floor to see who was talking. Several robed figures stood before him. Dante immediately reached into his jacket for his pistol, only to find it missing. Right. I dropped it before I sat down. But, what exactly is going on here? Where are we? A voice next to him called out. He looked over and saw 3 men with weapons in their hands. No, not men. 2 of them looked to be teenagers. They all seemed to be Eastern as well. Maybe Japanese? It was the boy with a sword in his hand who had spoken. He had short black hair and wore a blue jacket. The sword had some sort of blue gem near the hilt. Wait, why does this seem familiar? Oh heroes, please save our world. The robed man in front said. Dante began to stand as the man continued. Our world stands at the brink of destruction. We summoned you 4 heroes to help us in our time of need. Summoned? The blond man with a spear voiced Dante's thought. He wore a red jacket and the gem near the end of his spear held a similarly colored gem. Wait a minute. Dante looked to the last one standing with them and, sure enough, it was a boy with short blonde hair and a bow. Then, for me. Dante had a shield connected to his arm. This is Rising of the Shield Hero. What the hell is this? Is this my brain shutting down and remembering this book series? Or is this actually hell? Either way, maybe I should go with it. I can figure this out later. Yes, Sir Hero. Please, lend us your strength. If Dante remembered correctly, then. I don't think so. The boy with the sword, Ren, said. Yeah, me neither. Motoyasu voiced next. We can go back to our world, right? We'll talk about your problems after that. Itsuki said. Yeah, there it was. Really, the arrogance on these guys was something else. Those three died to get here, so what would they be going back to? Aside from their corpses. Well, Dante died too, but he wasn't the one making a fool of himself. Most people would be thankful to have a second chance at life. Most people. Rin pointed his sword at the lead-robed man. Don't you feel any guilt for calling people into your world without their permission? Besides, Itsuki added in, even if we save you and bring peace to your world, you'll just send us back home, right? That just sounds like a job to me. Motoyasu gave a quick twirl of his spear. I wonder how much you've considered our opinion on this. I wonder how it could be worth our while. Depending on how the conversation goes, keep in mind that we might end up enemies of your world. Dante couldn't recall exactly how the conversation went in the books, but that sounded about right. Naofumi initially said he would listen to them, right? Should Dante? Well, it probably wouldn't make a difference. We would like you heroes to speak with our king, the robed man said. He will discuss your compensation. The other three gave their half-hearted responses, and they were all escorted out of the room. As they made our way down the spiraling stairs, Dante took a look out the window. A sprawling city in a medieval setting was what greeted him. Yeah, I really am in Shield Hero, huh? Wait, was that a circus tent? That's right. What's his name, Belucas? That's his monster and slave tent. Well, I know where I'll be going tomorrow. Or the day after. I should start thinking of a plan. They arrived in the throne room, where Altcray sat on his throne. The queen's empty throne sat next to him. So, these are the four holy heroes? He said, gazing at them. My name is Altcray Melromark the 32nd, and I rule these lands. Heroes, name yourselves. Well, here we go. My name is Amaki Ren, 16 years old, high school student. Ha! Dante heard his family name first. The holy weapons translated for them, but English had the given name before the family name. Was it because he knew how Japanese names are said? Thoughts for later. I'm Kitamura Motoyasu, 21, and a university student. I'm next then. I am Kawasumi Itsuki, 17 years old, and a high school student as well. Well, I might as well. I'm Dash. I see. The king said over him. Ren, Motoyasu, and Itsuki. Dante saw that coming a mile away. Excuse me, Your Highness. You've forgotten me. The king looked down at him. It wasn't quite with disdain, more like indifference. Yes. Pardon me. Dante MacRory, 28, bodyguard. He almost didn't bother. It would be pretty weird when the four of them talked later and they didn't know his name. Actually, that might have worked in his favor. Crap. The king, however, gave him a strange look for a moment before returning to address everyone. Now then, I will explain our situation to the four of you. The story was about what Dante remembered. The waves brought monsters that attacked everything in sight. One village was already destroyed and the knights and adventurers were only barely able to fend it off. The dragon hourglass predicts when the wave will appear. It was a good refresher. All right, I think we get the gist of it, Motoyasu said. But what's in it for us? Ren took a step forward. You don't expect us to work for free, do you? I wouldn't want to do all this work and then be sent away when I'm done. Itsuki finished. Yep. The novelty of their antics finally wore off. The king promised to support them financially and reward them when the waves were defeated. The others gave their self-important agreements. He had them check their status to confirm their standing as heroes. It was a bit strange to see this information pop up like it did. Dante MacRory class, Shield Hero LV1 equipment, small shield, legendary weapon, Otherworld clothes, Otherworld armor, Otherworld item skills, none magic, none. Ha! Neat. After they confirmed their status, and the fact that they couldn't form a party with the four of them, the king told them to rest for the evening and set out with provided party members tomorrow. A maid came forward and escorted them to their rooms. On the way, Dante noticed the other three giving him a strange look. Well, I am the only American with the others being Japanese, so it isn't really unexpected. After being shown their rooms, they decided to meet in Motoyasu's to talk about everything that had happened. They sat around and ate the food the maid had brought them for supper, if his terminology was right. I have to say, it was pretty good, if not a little strange. The others voiced similar things. Man, I can't believe we're actually here, Motoyasu said. To be in Emerald Online like this is crazy. Emerald Online? Ren looked over at him. This is Brave Star Online. What? I've never heard of that game. This is definitely Emerald Online. This looks more like Dimension Wave to me. Itsuki added in. Right. These three played games that were similar to this world before. Dante wasn't sure what he should say. What about you, Dante? Motoyasu asked. Doesn't this game seem like Emerald Online to you? Well, guess I need to talk now. Damn. I need to come up with a plan. Sorry, I don't know about any of those games. Honestly, I'm still a little shocked I'm not dead. Maybe he could lead with this. Oh, you died too? Itsuki asked. Wait, both of you died too? Motoyasu looked between the both of them. Then, Ren? Ren gave a nod. Man. So, how did everyone die? Motoyasu asked. He continued before anyone could answer. I had a couple of girlfriends who found out about each other and, well. He gave his side a quick rub. Yeah, that sounded right. Itsuki began next. As for me, I was on my way home from school when a truck came racing down the road. Next thing I know. Again, that's about what Dante remembered. As for Ren, I got caught up in a murder case on my way home. I was able to save my friend, but none of them were exactly happy about how they got here. Not that Dante was surprised. How about you? Motoyasu turned to face Dante. Well, here goes nothing. Someone was waiting for me when I got home. He shot me in the gut before I shot him back in the head. I sat in my recliner as I bled out over the next few minutes. The look of horror on their faces was pretty funny. Americans are scary, Motoyasu concluded. You think so? Dante asked. Was it really that bad? Is it true that all Americans carry a gun? Itsuki asked. Dante wasn't that surprised by the question. Didn't America have more guns than people? Maybe in more rural areas, but some states have more restrictions than others. I think New York City takes a few months to get a license to carry, while other areas don't have any requirement, aside from passing a background check. Where I lived, I could go into a gun store and be out with a gun and ammo in under 15 minutes. They looked even more frightened than before. If Dante came from a country with really strict gun laws, he'd probably be scared too. It's still weird that you owned a gun, Motoyasu said. Don't you have to be 20 or something? I think 18 is the adult age in America, Itsuki added. Still, for you to own one. Was Dante missing something here? What are you guys talking about? I'm 28, and I said I'm a bodyguard. Former bodyguard, at any rate. There it was again. The strange looks. Rin shook his head. I don't know why you're making that up. Maybe it's an American thing? Motoyasu chimed in. What is? Dante felt like they were talking around what they meant. You look to be my age, maybe slightly older, Itsuki pointed out. Have they never seen an American before? No, that can't be it. They must have seen Americans on TV before. Even considering different ethnicities, there's no way he'd be confused with a teenager. Is this some Japanese joke I'm not understanding? Dante wouldn't say he's well versed in Japanese culture, but he knew a decent amount. Motoyasu looked at the other two. I think he's serious. Maybe he doesn't know? He stood from his bed and walked to the nightstand. He brought a mirror back with him. Here. One look in the mirror was all it took for Dante to understand. His face wasn't how he remembered it. Well, it was, but much younger. He looked to be a teenager, maybe 17, like Itsuki said. Hell, his hair was about as long as it was back then too, going down just past his shoulders. Mom always liked that. Said I looked like her brother when he was young. Dante set the mirror down and gave his arms a flex. While he couldn't see the muscles under his jacket, they were definitely there. Not as big as before, but bigger than when he was this age. Well, this is pretty strange. Was there some sort of age limit for summoned heroes? Another thought for later. Or never. Of all the things he needed to think about, his age was near the bottom of the list. But wait, 17. It was around that time that, really don't want to think about that. Guess I have no real way to prove it, but I am 28. Maybe being murdered in my own home got me a small bonus? He did feel a bit more energetic since he arrived here, but he assumed it was the shock of it all. I suppose it doesn't matter either way. Ren concluded. The cool guy act was a bit annoying, but Dante was happy enough to move the conversation along. Anyway, about this new world we find ourselves in. Dante wanted to steer the conversation in the right direction. Any of you have any tips for someone completely new to all this? Really, he just wanted some XP farming areas. He could be like Naofumi and stick to the fields and forest, but he wanted to be a bit more prepared. I think I can help you with that, little guy, Motoyasu joked. Dante could already tell this would be a reoccurring thing with him. That was, until 2 days from now, when he was framed for rape. The three of them proceeded to tell Dante of a few hunting grounds for monsters, as well as a few other bits of information, like possibly going to an adventurer's guild or town message board for quests. He was a little surprised Ren and Itsuki helped. Dante was under the impression they'd be a bit more arrogant about it, though he supposed that was when they all had their hero meeting. That was, 3 months after being here? They would probably be set in their ways by then. Got it. Thanks, this will really help. Of course. Motoyasu beamed. Besides, we can't have you falling too far behind us, what with you being the shielder and all. There it is. What do you mean? Dante decided to play along. Well, you see, the Shielder class is good at the beginning, but, well. Dante nodded in understanding. It plateaus or drops off, right? Yeah. Dante looked to Ren and Itsuki. They both nodded. Motoyasu went on. You see, your defense should be really good right now, and it will stay good for a while, but monsters will start overpowering your defense before too long. By late game, you won't be able to do much. It's the same in Brave Star Online. Dimension Wave has that problem too. I see. The shield wouldn't be much of a holy weapon if it was that useless in the end. Dante didn't think he should say that here, but maybe. In that case, Dante stood from his chair. I'll just have to do more than defend. What, like attack? Motoyasu held back a laugh. Not at all. There's more to combat than simply attacking and defending. There's skills and magic, if my status magic is to be believed. Also, he gestured towards Motoyasu, there's combat techniques and strategy. Can I give a demonstration? Motoyasu stood as well. All right. What do you want me to do? Thrust your spear at me. That got a reaction out of him. You sure? Dante smiled. Positive. A little unsure, Motoyasu took a simple stance with his spear. When he thrust forward, Dante quickly moved out of the spear's path and got right in front of him. He grabbed a hold of his right arm and patted him on his shoulder. Done. Motoyasu raised an eyebrow at Dante. Done? Done. Motoyasu shook his head. I don't get it. All you did was grab my arm. All I have to do is dash. When he tried to pull away, Dante followed with him. After a couple more attempts, he pushed against him with his other arm until Dante grabbed that as well. What are you doing? He was starting to get annoyed. Two things. First, I'm proving a point that shielders can be useful in other ways than just defending. Second. He slipped behind Motoyasu and put his arms around his and behind his neck. To show you your weapon's weakness. Come on, let go. Motoyasu wriggled around, but Dante's hold stayed firm. The spear is a good weapon. Dante explained. There's a reason it was used from ancient times until gunpowder, even then changing to a pike. Being able to hit enemies from a farther distance is a great advantage, but it's also a weakness. Once someone or something gets past the danger zone, the spear suddenly becomes a stick. Dante released him from his hold. He didn't look too happy about the whole thing. I'm not trying to make fun of you. I just wanted to show you what I could do later on if taking hits was no longer an option. If my party and I are fighting a group of monsters, I can single out the most dangerous one while they deal with the rest. I can do that too. Motoyasu all but yelled. True, but as I just demonstrated, I prevented you from moving. Unless you're willing to get that close, and give up the primary benefit of using a spear, whatever you're fighting will have the option to move around and change targets, or run away if it's smart enough. Yeah, okay. Fine. Damn, he was still sore about it. Hey now, don't take it too hard. Just consider it a bit of ribbing from a fellow easy weapon wielder. If anything, I'm more concerned about Itsuki and Rin. What's that? Rin snapped up. Was it really that big of a deal? What do you mean by that? Itsuki added. I mean no offense. Dante said as he raised his hands. The sword is a more difficult weapon to learn, and the bow even more so. I suppose you'd be fine if you took archery or what is it called, kendo? Itsuki nodded along. I was in archery club at school for a time, so I should be fine. Not really the same as hunting monsters, but Dante didn't want to say anything like that. Rin just crossed his arms. I was one of the top players in Brave Star Online. I'll be more than fine. Dante gave him a shrug. I mean, wasn't that just a video game? He just shook his head. It's a VR MMO. VR. I see. Maybe you are the best off out of the four of us. That got a smile on his face. It was small and it disappeared after a moment, but it was there. Wait, VR? Motoyasu perked back up. As in, virtual reality? You have something like that. Ha, what do you mean? Isn't that pretty common? Ren asked. Well, this seemed like a good time to head off. Dante said goodnight to the boys and headed for his room. While that wasn't really a masterful deception, he did get some good information out of them. He thought he ended with a somewhat positive standing with them. Motoyasu may be annoyed, but he should get over it. Eddie would definitely have something to say about how I handled that. With that done, Dante could check out a few things. First, he took off his leather jacket. He felt around the bulletproof vest he was wearing. Dante couldn't feel where the bullet had passed through, so it might have repaired itself before he was summoned here. His status magic didn't give him any bonus to defense from the armor, so it was probably useless. Still, he might be able to sell it. I think Erhardt worked on some things from Glass World, so there's that. Next, Dante took out his cigarettes from his jacket pocket. He looked inside and saw his remaining 12 sticks. This is going to be a shitty next few weeks. And I'm about to make it even shittier. He pulled one of the sticks out and fed it to the shield. It didn't seem to have enough material, so he fed it another. Then another. You're killing me, shield. After the fourth stick was fed to it, he got a notification. 2 shields were revealed to him. Leaf shield, LV locked, abilities locked, equip bonus, gathering skill +1. Well, fuck you too, shield. Had I known, I wouldn't have wasted 4 cigarettes. Wait, what was the other shield? Filtration shield, LV locked, abilities locked, equip bonus, poison resistance, tiny, skill detect poison. I'm pretty sure cigarette filters don't actually protect you in any way, but I'm not about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Anyway, Dante couldn't remember how Naofumi got that skill before, so this was very much welcome. Now to give it a try. When he willed his shield to change, he got a notice. Insufficient level. That was odd. Now that he thought about it, Dante didn't recall Naofumi saying the names of shields he couldn't use. Just that he wasn't high enough level. Maybe he could see them, but didn't bother saying anything since he couldn't use them. Well, Dante could see them, but he didn't see a level requirement. There was one more shield he could unlock. He reached inside his jacket and pulled out the extra magazine he had. Dante detached a few bullets and fed them to the shield. After the third one, he got a notification. Bullet shield, LV locked, abilities locked, equip bonus, attack bonus, tiny. He was a little surprised that worked. The stats on the shield weren't too great, but just like the leaf shield and filtration shield, he cared more about the equip bonuses. Speaking of which, didn't the equip bonuses look a little strange? Dante thought they were supposed to give a number, not tiny or anything like that. Wasn't that just for equipment and such? Maybe I'm remembering that wrong. Now then, on to the main issue. What do I do about the trial? Honestly, there isn't much he could do. Even if he somehow got the others on his side, that wouldn't end well for them. The king could just kill them all and summon new heroes, if the reprise web novel was any indication. Man, I'm glad I read through all that. Really, he wished he had a spear-wielding madman to help him going forward. That could really make his time here that much more. Wait. Sedina. How could he forget about that harpoon-wielding juggernaut? Wasn't she supposed to be in ReUPLOADED around this time? Okay, this changes things. First thing he did should be to find and recruit her. If he mentioned Raphtalia, that should be enough to at least get her attention. But with the rape accusation happening in a couple days, when should he search her out? Maybe he could travel there real quick and leave a note. A note written by someone who spoke Melromark's language. How far was ReUPLOADED from here anyway? This could have a lot of moving parts. Dante thought he should sleep on this. Whatever the case, he definitely had a leg up on the other three. Aside from a high-level fighter, he had access to all the power-up methods, including the vassal weapons. Wait, how did those three power up their weapons again? Crap. I need to figure a lot of shit out. The wrong hero. Chapter text. Darkness surrounded Dante. In the distance, an orange light flickered. It gradually got closer, the orange light changing into dancing flames. A figure began to take form in the fire. When it was almost 10 feet from him, he could make it out. It was a woman. Her long hair was dyed red from the flames. Her eyes were empty sockets, burned from her scarred flesh. She stared at Dante, her mouth opening. "It's all your fault." Dante woke with a start. It was that dream again. The same dream he had for the past 2 weeks. It was a reminder of his failure. He looked to the window and saw it was still dark out, the sun only barely beginning to brighten the outside world. That's enough sleep. With that, he slid out of bed. Dante gave his left arm a quick rub, tracing his fingers over the scarred flesh. He glanced down at the similar scars on his right before standing. He got dressed, bulletproof vest and all, and continued where he left off yesterday. Dante had already come to an understanding with this world the day before. To him, this was probably hell, possibly his mind shutting down, and a small chance it was all real. Assuming it was hell, he was going to be in for a rough time. If he just let himself die, he might end up in another place far worse, so death wasn't an option. If it was his brain shutting down, then nothing really mattered. However, if this was all real, then I can have my wish granted. He remembered as much from the novels. Once the world was saved from the waves, one option was to return to his world with a wish granted. Or was it several? It didn't matter, there was only one wish he wanted granted. If there was even a chance that was the case, he was going to take it. He was going to fix what he broke. That was his main goal here. One he would go to any length to achieve. However, that wasn't the only thing that weighed on his mind. There are people here that could really use some help. Despite not knowing them personally, Dante wasn't about to let some children he knew about suffer and die, like Raphtalia and Keel. Not when he could do something about it. And if he could help them out? Maybe he wasn't as much of a bastard as he thought himself to be. After processing the events that happened, Dante had lay awake before going to sleep to recount the power-up methods of the weapons. Most of the vassal weapons were easier to remember than the holy weapons. Aside from only having one power-up method, they didn't have too much overlap with one another. The only question was how useful each one would be to him, and when. A few came to mind. The axe gave points to modify his stats. This was going to help him the most early on. He already put a few points into his defense and agility, and played around with their placement to get the distribution he wanted. He'd forgotten that this power-up method was also part puzzle game. It wasn't much, but it was something. A 3-day timer appeared afterwards, letting him know when he could change them again. The carriage provided bonuses based what monster drops were in the shield. Or was it items? The bonuses weren't supposed to be anything amazing, but starting out may be very beneficial. The rest of the vassal weapon power-ups would take time to be able to use well, especially the staff and projectile, with the hammer and whip following after. With the vassal weapons sorted, he had turned his mind to remember the shield, sword, bow, and spear. The shield was easiest to remember. Trust empowered companions, and vice versa. Power-up methods could be shared. The heroes gained EP, though the actual letters appeared after he recalled it was an energy boost similar to that martial art form the old lady taught people. Hengo something or other. The rest of the power-up methods were, well. He recalled the sword-based things on hero level, and could also use the energy from unlocked forms to increase rarity. The spear could upgrade the weapons with a chance of failure. He could also use monster souls to place in slots. The bow focused on rarity of weapons, the rarer, the more powerful. It also could increase stats from monster souls, and it could equip ores into slots. So that's how it was. He remembered all the vassal weapons, with some effects useless for the time being, and some of the holy weapons. 2 from the spear and sword, and 3 from the bow. There were more to each of the other 3 holy weapons, and possibly the vassal weapons that weren't explored that much, but this was a pretty good start. He also recalled some of the general abilities of heroes, like having an inventory system, crafting, and weapon copy. He would definitely need to copy the shields at our hearts. Then came time to make his plans. He didn't have much beyond the initial outline, leave a note for Sedina, by Kiel, then Raphtalia. He couldn't remember when Raphtalia was sold to Belucas, but it was a bit later. Fortunately, he'd be able to keep his starting silver. He could just place it into his shield's inventory. Although, if Malty knew he had the silver and she couldn't find it, she might try to make things more difficult. He'd have to workshop that plan. If Eddie were here, he'd have a grand plan all set. Putting aside those thoughts, Dante rested in bed. He let ideas float around in his head as he pieced together his next move. The wrong hero. Morning eventually came, and Dante and the others were called to breakfast. Once seated with their food, Dante looked over to Motoyasu. "Hey," he said, getting the spear wielder's attention, "are we good from yesterday?" Motoyasu gave him a smile. "Yeah, we're good, man. It actually gave me some ideas about how to fight." "That's good to hear." Dante nodded. He turned to Ren and Itsuki. "How about with you too?" Ren paused in his eating. "No offense taken." Itsuki nodded. "I took it as you doing your job as the shielder and watching out for others." Dante gave them a smile before digging in. "They're much more mature about this than I thought. That, or they think so little of me that it doesn't bother them. Either way, probably won't last long." Before long, they left the food hall and were standing before the king. All the adventurers and knights that were supposed to follow them stood between them and the king. "As I promised, we have gathered those willing to serve the heroes in their quest," Altcray said as he gestured to the people in the throne room. "Now, adventurers, choose the hero you wish to follow." What happened next was what Dante expected. All the adventurers went to the other 3 heroes, with none left for him. How strange," the king said as he stroked his beard. "Yeah, I'm sure it is." One of the ministers leaned over to whisper to Altcray. "I see. So there are rumors." "What seems to be the problem, Your Majesty?" Dante asked as if he had no clue. "It seems there's a rumor in the castle that the shield hero knows not of our world." "Well now, is that what was said?" "I only recall saying I didn't know about the others' games." "Oh, wait, I did say I was new to this place, didn't I?" "There are also concerns about the shield hero's mental state. It seems he picked a fight with the spear hero last night." "Ah. Yes, I definitely did do something like that." Motoyasu leaned closer to Dante. Looks like someone was eavesdropping on us last night. Seems so, he responded. Dante refocused himself to the king. That was just a short spar with Motoyasu to demonstrate my abilities in combat. I asked him and he agreed. There's no bad blood between us. The adventurers with the others looked between themselves but stayed put. Though I suppose that won't change anything now. Dante was pretty sure no one would have volunteered even if that rumor hadn't spread. He was pretty sure Ren's party members mentioned at one point something about not getting on the king's bad side by following the shield hero. Maybe he was remembering that wrong, but given the country's religion, there was a fairly good alternate reason. Will no one volunteer to join the shield hero? The king asked. Again, none of the adventurers made a move. So be it then. The shield hero will have to recruit members on his own. I will provide you all with your starting funds. Since the shield hero has no party, he will receive a larger starting amount to aid in his recruitment. I thank you for your generosity. Dante bowed to the king. He didn't seem to care about the show of respect. Sorry about that, man. Motoyasu rested a hand on Dante's shoulder. I knew you'd have it rough, but not this bad starting out. Don't worry about it. Dante gave him a shrug. It's like the king said, I'll just have to do some recruiting myself. Excuse me. The woman Dante was waiting for said. I would be willing to join the shield heroes party. Dante looked over at the woman with her hand raised. She had most of her long red hair pulled into ponytail, with some flowing locks falling down her face on either side. Her bright green eyes seemed to radiate as the morning light passed through the windows. She wore a set of leather armor that seemed to push up her lovely breasts. Damn, I'd forgotten what it was like being a teenager. Dumb teen hormones. Are you sure? Motoyasu asked her. Of course. Rumors or not, a hero shouldn't have to go it alone. Malti said as she smiled at Dante. So you say. Wait, I just got an idea. Actually, maybe I should go alone for now. Dante said, earning a shock from both Malti and Motoyasu. Wait, really? The blonde man asked. Dante nodded. Just for now. Besides, I wouldn't want any of the adventurers to feel like they couldn't go with their chosen hero. Oh. But still, I can't bear knowing that one of our country's saviors didn't have anyone to aid them. Malti said, trying to find the right words to say. I appreciate it, but it's not necessary. Dante said, then he placed his hand on his chin, as if in thought. Although, how about this? I wanted to explore around a bit and get a feel for this new world, and I don't want to deprive an adventurer of gaining XP with a hero for our quest. So, you can stay with Motoyasu for the day while I adjust to this place, and we can all meet at an inn this evening. Let's say point one closest to the castle entrance. If you still want to join my party then, I'd be happy to accept you. Of course, if Motoyasu is all right with that? Dante looked to the spear wielder, who gave a shrug with a smile. Works for me. I should warn you, Dante, she might not want to join you after adventuring with me. He finished by giving a wink to Malti. That sounds reasonable, Sir Shield Hero. Malti said with a slight bow. Dante nodded in turn and everyone turned back to the king as he spoke. Now then. Heroes, you will each receive 600 silver as your starting funds, with Mr. Dante receiving 800. Now, begin your journey and save our world. With shouts of agreement, the heroes and their parties left the castle with their funds. Once they passed the gatehouse, Motoyasu patted Dante on the shoulder. Have fun on your sightseeing, little guy. Don't take too long, or you'll fall too far behind the rest of us. He said as he ran off with his 3 other party members. Right. And what's with the whole little guy thing anyway? I'm, like, 2 inches taller than you. Ren and Itsuki gave their farewells before heading off with their parties as well. With all said and done, Dante began his plan. He held his coin bag and took out a silver coin. He wanted to test using his inventory with a single piece, just in case the projectile's power-up method decided to eat it all. However, when he held up the coin, the gem in his shield didn't react. He tried to will it into his inventory, but the gem remained the same. That's weird. I was certain the weapons had an inventory. Naofumi loudly complained after he learned about it. No matter how he tried, the shield wouldn't accept the coin. After about a minute, he decided to try a different method. When he thought to absorb it for the projectile power, the shield immediately responded. He was greeted by a jingle and a pop-up in his status. 100G. After seeing that, he willed his shield to return the silver piece, but nothing happened. Am I doing this wrong? There is an inventory, I know there is. Or, wait. He realized his error when he thought back to Ren and Multi. She had tricked him into believing her, then she stole everything he owned while he slept. But Dante also knew there were times when Naofumi and Motoyasu had pulled things from their weapons. Ah. That's right. I remember now. It was monster drops and item drops. And with crafting, I could probably put components in and store what they made. Well, damn. That put a dent in his plans. He would need to improvise somehow. Maybe leave his silver somewhere no one would take it. That was for later. His first stop was a shop that sold adventuring gear. Backpacks, bedrolls, rations, that sort of thing. He asked around and was quickly able to find the shop attached to the Adventurers Guild. It made sense, if he thought about it. When he went inside, he was greeted by a woman at the counter. After a short exchange, he was able to find most of what he was looking for. Aside from the mentioned equipment, Dante got a small pot and flint, a few pouches, a couple water skins, and a few miscellaneous items. One thing he was sure to buy was a bundle of rope. It all came to just over 20 silver. As Dante left the store, he fed a bit of rope to his shield. Rope shield, LV locked, abilities locked, equip bonus, skill airstrike shield equip effect, rope. Glad that's out of the way. Thinking about it, the information it provided was strange. He could see the stats of shields he couldn't use due to his level, but not what level was required. Seemed like it should be the opposite. Next was to be Hearts. He didn't know exactly where it was, possibly somewhere on the main street in the capital. After about 20 minutes of walking and asking for directions, Dante was able to find the blacksmith. He saw Earhart behind the counter as he stepped into the store. Various armors and weapons lined the shelves and stands, including a number of shields. "Welcome!" the bald man called as Dante approached. "What can I do for you?" The man was about as friendly as Dante thought him to be. "Morning, good sir." Dante returned in kind. "I'm looking for some starting equipment for my adventure." He already moved to one of the shields and held it up, letting his weapon copy do its work. "Well, you've come to the right place. Best weapons and armor in the capital," Earhart boasted, though Dante knew this was likely true. He was trained by that pervert savant. "Glad to hear it." Dante had already moved on to his second shield. "Sorry to say, you might be a little disappointed with my order." "Oh." Earhart leaned on his counter. "Right now, I'm just looking for some cheap armor. Padded or leather, most likely," Dante said as he picked up the third shield. A gambeson, he believed it was called. That's basically what padded armor was in things like D&D, though he never got too into those games. What he did take a small interest in was medieval warfare, specifically in Europe. While padded armor was the lowest in the game, it was a pretty functional bit of armor in real life. It wasn't super easy to cut through and bludgeoning was cushioned a bit, but arrows and spears could do the job well. Kind of funny, considering how common spears were. Leather, eh? Erhardt scratched his chin. I do have some, but if it doesn't have much metal, it won't protect you well. That'll be fine. Dante moved to the next shield. It'll only be for the short term. Need to figure out what my future party members might need. Planning something big? The bearded man asked as he began gathering the armor. You could say that. It took a little over 2 minutes for Erhardt to bring the armor pieces to the counter, just long enough for Dante to finish copying the shields out front. It got faster as he went, needing to only touch the shields to copy them partway through. He didn't find the shield that would give him the shooting star skill. It might have been in the back, and Dante didn't want to ask for a shield he was only going to hold for a second. Even if he looked to be inspecting it, it would seem a bit off and he didn't want to make any weird requests. Not yet, anyway. Besides, it would likely be a while before he was a high enough level to unlock it. Well, here's the armor you wanted, Erhardt said as Dante approached the counter. Dante looked over the armor. It was about what he expected from a fantasy-like world. All right, I'll go try this on. In the meantime, I have something you might be interested in. He unzipped his leather jacket to reveal his bulletproof vest underneath. That's a strange bit of armor you got there, Erhardt said, giving it a look as Dante removed the straps. He moved around the holster so as not to drop it, though it probably didn't hold much value. Although, if he sold some bullets to a gunsmith in Fabry after the whole tact thing, he might be able to make a fortune. It's a form of armor from my world. Dante set the vest on the counter as he gathered up the leather replacement. Your world? Erhardt repeated. Dante just gave him a smile. Let me go try this on and then I'll explain. Feel free to inspect that. He walked over to the changing area, leaving Erhardt confused. The armor was simple enough to work with. The straps were easy to figure out and it was pretty straightforward what went where. In a couple minutes, he was all armored up. There was even a shirt and pants to go with it, and he threw in a pair of boots as well. Dante stepped out carrying his old clothes in his hands. He'd stashed those with his jacket, holster, and cigarettes in his backpack. He returned to the counter, where Erhardt was still examining his vest. So, what can you make of it? He asked the blacksmith. Well, it is rather interesting. Erhardt set the vest down to look at Dante. What is it exactly? A bulletproof vest. It's designed to stop bullets from penetrating it. With a few exceptions, of course, but Dante didn't need to mention the specifics. Although, with the physics of this world, it may not be of much use. This world. Erhardt let the words linger there for a moment. His eyes brightened as a smile formed on his face. You must be one of the heroes the king summoned. Dante held the shield up to him. I am. The name's Dante MacRory, the shield hero. Ha! Well, I'm glad one of the heroes chose my shop to get their gear, he said with his hands on his hips as he laughed. Well, if you are the best blacksmith in the capital, I imagine the others will show up here sooner or later, Dante said. No doubt to copy your weapons. I wish I could tell you, but I don't want to open that can of worms at the moment. Well then, good to meet you, Sir Hero. Erhardt held out his hand, which Dante gladly shook. Now then, about that vest, Dante said. Right. Erhardt scratched his head. Honestly, I can't really understand it, but it is rather light, and I can tell it's very well made. Tell you what, that armor you're wearing is worth about 20 silver. You keep that, I'll take this vest off your hands, and I'll give you another 100 silver for it. Sound good? It did. The vest was worthless to Dante, but Erhardt might be able to make use of it. What's more, this was a good time for the next part of his plan. That sounds reasonable to me, Dante said. He leaned on the counter and gestured for Erhardt to do the same. I'll need a cloak that covers my head as well, he whispered. Before Erhardt could say anything, Dante held a finger to his lips. You think I could get that as a gold coin? He asked nonchalantly. Erhardt nodded and pulled a dark cloak off one of the racks. Dante put the cloak on, pulling his black hair fully under the hood and stashing the gold coin Erhardt handed him next. I think I'm being tailed. Mind if I sneak out the back? He whispered again. Erhardt looked to think for a moment before he nodded. Good. He probably understands the shield hero isn't exactly welcome in the capital of the place that follows the Three Heroes Church. I think I'll browse a little bit before leaving, he said normally before he whispered again. Thank you for your help. Thanks for your business, and take your time, Erhardt said, gesturing to the back of his store. With that, Dante snuck out and began making his way to his next destination. Honestly, he didn't know if any church shadows were following him this early, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Given the abilities of shadows, however, it may be pointless. With another 30-some minutes of going down alleyways and finding a number of dead ends, he found what he was looking for. The circus tent seemed bigger when he saw it from the castle. He pulled back the flap and was greeted by the smell of animals and rot. It took only a moment for the man he was looking for to spot him from behind one of the cages. He strode up to Dante with a smile on his face. Ah, good sir. How can I help you on this day? Belucas asked. Let's see what I can do here. Well, good sir, I'm looking to place an order for some of your more discreet goods. The smile on the well-dressed little man grew wider. Of course, of course. Why don't we take this inside? He gestured for Dante to follow. They passed a few rows of cages and through another flap, the cage contents changing from monsters to therianthropes and demi-humans. Seeing the people in there like that, Dante wanted to do something, but he had his priorities. They ended up at a small wooden desk. Belucas took a seat on one side and Dante sat opposite. Now then, what can I do for you? Belucas folded his hands together on the desk. Dante followed his example. Right. Well, I'm sure you heard about the wave that happened in Luralona, correct? Of course. It was the talk of the town for quite a bit. Good. Dante nodded. My order will be the residents of that village. I see. Belucas took a sheet of parchment and a quill. And which residents were you looking for? All of them. Belucas looked up from the parchment. All of them? Dante nodded again. Yes. All of them. He retrieved his coin bag from his backpack and started counting out silver. Now, I won't be able to pay for all of them, or even most right away. However, I plan on taking jobs around the capital to earn enough for them. Consider this a small down payment to get started. Dante slid 5 stacks of 10 silver to the slave trader. Belucas hummed as he looked over the silver. This is quite irregular. It's about to get more so. Dante continued. I'm looking for a few slaves in particular to start with. Their names are Keel and Raphtalia. And Rifana. Dante almost didn't add the last name. He was fairly certain there was nothing he could do for the weasel girl, but well, it didn't hurt to try. They are all demi-humans. Keel is a dog, Raphtalia a raccoon, and Rifana a weasel. All 3 are girls, though Keel looks like a boy. I believe they're all around 10 years old. Most irregular indeed, yes sir. Belukas started writing the names and descriptions. I'm unsure of Kiel's whereabouts, but she may be in the city. You can ask around and find her. Raphtalia and Rifana should be in the possession of Lord Idle Rubier. Others may be there as well. Just saying his name made Dante want to spit. To do that sort of thing to children was just sickening. Idle Rubier, I know who you are talking about, but I don't have any connections with him. You don't? That was odd. Although, maybe Idle had sent for Belukas to make the sale. Belukas didn't know about Raphtalia early on in Motoyasa's loops, so that seemed likely. Of course, I can send one of my men to his territory to ask about buying these demi-humans for you, yes sir. It was as good a plan as any. Have them ride there as quickly as possible. I'll pay extra for the expedite fee. Belukas grinned further, if that was even possible. Ah, it's good to know Sir Hero understands how these things work. Dante couldn't help but let a smirk form on his face. And you're just as cunning as I thought you to be. Do you have any other names for the former residents of the village? It would help in my search, yes sir. Unfortunately, I don't. If any of them were named in the books, Dante didn't recall them. Well then, I'll begin making inquiries. You do that, Dante said as he stood. And, to show that this isn't some elaborate waste of time, I'd also like to buy some monster eggs from you. Belukas grinned as he rubbed his hands together. Sir Hero knows his stuff. What can I interest you in? Philolials. 2 of them. For those, and the incubators I'm sure Sir Hero would want, that will be 200 silver. Seems a bit high, don't you think? Dante prodded. Don't fully grown philolials go for around 200 by themselves? At only half that value for an egg. In truth, he wasn't sure what the cost of an egg was. 100 was the price for the lottery, and some of those probably contained balloons or duds. Surely you jest. Belukas held his hand to his chest in fake outrage. For the incubators, the monster seal, acquiring the eggs. Why, 100 silver is a steal. Yes, sir. I suppose you're right. If he had better knowledge, Dante might have been able to lower the price. Perhaps not. Also, I'd like to rent a philolial, if possible. Rent, you say? The slave trader rubbed his chin. I don't normally rent out steeds to my customers. Then how's this? I'll pay you for the eggs, and then you keep them here as collateral. I'll take a philolial you'd sell for, say, around 190 silver. When I return, you get your philolial, plus 10 silver from me, and I get the eggs. If, for some reason, I don't bring your philolial back, you keep the eggs and make a 10 silver profit from the missing product. Belukas chuckled. I like your style, Sir Hero. To have me store your purchase while you travel around. We have a deal. Cunning indeed. Slave trader or not, Dante found him to be quite charming. With that, they exchanged silver and registered the eggs to Dante. He was even able to get some ink for his shield. Slave user shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, slave maturation adjustment, small. Slave user shield 2, LV locked, abilities locked, equip bonus, slave status adjustment, small. Ha! The first shield is usable at level 1, but something like the leaf shield isn't. This world doesn't make sense. This better not become a pattern. By the way, I need directions to Luralona, Dante said. Of course, Sir Hero. Do you have a map? Belukas pointed out the village on the map Dante had bought. It was one of the more expensive items from that store. He also had the slave trader write a note he could leave for Sedina, probably tacked to a surviving door. His plans in the capital complete, Dante set out for Luralona village. He made sure to keep his face covered as he rode atop the green fallolial he rented. The guards at the gate didn't even bother looking at him. Once in the fields, he had the fallolial move at what he assumed would be a gallop for the bird. He'd heard fallolials were fast, but it was still a bit surprising. Feels like I'm back on my motorcycle. It wasn't going that fast, but the experience felt similar. According to the slave trader, Dante should reach the remains of the village in about 5 hours or so, depending on how many breaks he took. It would take less if he took a straight path, but that would lead him through forests and fields that would have monsters in them. With both him and the fallolial being level 1, nothing more really needed to be said. After about 2 hours, they came to a crossroad. Dante took a look at his map to figure out which way to go. Belucas wrote Luralona's name in Melromark's language on the map, but the letters didn't match what was written on the signpost. Of course, being a demi-human village, it probably wouldn't. Either for the demi-humans, or because it was a small village. The letters on the signpost were a bit worn, so it was difficult to make out which towns they led to. Fortunately, he spotted a lone, cloaked traveler coming from one of the roads. "Excuse me," Dante said as the traveler approached. "Which way to Luralona?" "Why would you want to go there?" The traveler, a woman, said. "I'm looking for someone." "Well, you won't find them there. Luralona was destroyed in the waves," she said, somewhat sadly. "I know. It's a long story, but I'm sure it'll work out." "Oh my. Well, if that's the case, it's down the path I came from," she said as she continued where Dante rode from. "Thanks, Dante stopped. "Oh my. It couldn't be." He looked at the traveler as she passed. A bit of black hair stuck out from her cloak and there was a spear across her back. No, not a spear. A harpoon. "Sedina?" he called out to her. The traveler stopped. She slowly turned around and pulled back her hood. Her face looked somewhat Japanese, with flowing black hair disappearing down her cloak. Partway down her arm was what could easily be mistaken as a tattoo. "Oh. Do you know me?" she asked with a smile. Dante sat on his fallolial and stared at her. 2 gift horses in 2 days. Should I be concerned? Notes. Yes, Dante, yes you should be. I wanted to make this chapter shorter, but I underestimated how many words it would take. Going forward, I think most chapters will have around 4-5K words to them. So, somewhere around this length. If you're feeling things are a bit slow, don't worry. A chapter or 2 after the trial, there will be a fan, and something smelly will be hitting it. Leave a review and tell me what you think. Dante sat on his fallolial as he gazed at Sedina. Needless to say, it was quite unexpected. What is she doing here? She shouldn't be here for another few weeks. I know that. That's how it happened, I know it. She meets Naofumi around the time he would have bought Raphtalia. That's what happened in the web novel. The Spear Hero web novel. That's in Motoyasu's point of view. Who is in a time loop. And is crazy. Dante realized a very important flaw is his plans. Okay, I need to start accounting for this sort of thing. Over-reliance on a crazy person's retelling of events could lead to some seriously bad outcomes. Though this does bring up the question of which version of the story this world is most like. Light novel or web novel or manga or anime. Wait a second. Wasn't Sedina just a slave in Zeltable in the Shield web novel, not even a gladiator? I could have been waiting for help that would never come. Is there something on my face? Sedina asked, tilting her head to the side. Right. Sedina. She's here now, and I need to talk to her. I am totally unprepared for this conversation. Sorry about that, Dante said as he turned his Filolial around. I just wasn't expecting to see you here. Sedina looked Dante over. I wasn't expecting to see you at all. Oh, right. Dante slid off the side of the Filolial and held its reins. I'm Dante MacRory, the shield hero. He shifted his shield from the dark violet, tanned leather of the slaver user's shield to his metallic small shield, then back again. The shield hero. Sedina walked closer to Dante, a smile still on her face. Well, I'm Sedina, but you already know that. Yes, I knew a couple things. Know a couple things. Dante couldn't get his thoughts in order. It didn't help his confusion that an incredibly beautiful woman was walking towards him. Damn it, hormones, now's not the time. Oh my. I'd like to know a couple things too. She stood a few feet in front of him, arms behind her back. Her cloak was pulled back, revealing her wrapped chest. Dante had a hard time not looking, which earned him a small laugh from the woman. He cleared his throat before he began. Right. I have a few things I wanted to talk with you about. When we are alone. Sedina glanced to her side. Are you afraid your Filolial will tell someone? Gway. The bird made a noise. No, not her. Him? He never asked Belucas which it was. I just wanted to make sure there was no one else around. That it was just us. Sedina must have picked up on what he meant. The smile on her face dropped ever so slightly. We're alone, she confirmed. Dante let out a breath. Good. I've been worrying about that for a while. Let's have a seat, this will take a bit. He gestured over to the grasslands next to the road and Sedina followed. Honestly, he wasn't sure if and when he lost any shadows. If it was at our hearts, or during his ride, or if they were ever there. Or, maybe Sedina couldn't detect these shadows. There were more than a few things he needed to know. Okay, Dante didn't ask for the Filolial's name either. It just came up as Filolial in his status. Filolial, sit. We'll be here for a while. The bird complied, nestling into the grass beneath it. So, Sedina started, taking a seat as well. How do you know about me? About that, Dante sat next to the Filolial, reins still in his hand. Could you tell me why you were out here? Sedina hummed. You want to know more about me when I know so little about you? It actually has to do with why I came out here. Please? Sedina tapped her chin with a finger. Well, I just came back to my village to find it in ruins. The Lord was apparently killed when a wave of catastrophe happened there. I saw many heavy footprints and arrows on the ground and assumed it was attacked and raided. So, I was going to the capital to see if I could find any of my friends as slaves there. There was no real edge in her voice, but Dante could tell there was a great anger there. I see. Well, like I said, I'm the shield hero, and I came to this world with a bit of knowledge about it. Dante wasn't sure how much he should reveal. He'd have to play it by ear. One of the things I knew was you'd be around Luralona village, though I thought it would be about 3 weeks from now. Even though I lived there? Yeah. Dante nodded. If I recall correctly, you were out at sea for some rare fish that Lord Cieto asked you to find. It was going to be for some celebration for Princess Malti. Am I close? Sedina continued to look Dante over. Lord Cieto did ask me to catch a rare fish, but he only said the king wanted one. He had to come back to his lands until I was able to find one. Yeah, that sounds familiar. Probably an excuse to get him out of the capital so Altcray could run things. But how do you have this knowledge? Sedina asked. It's a bit of hero knowledge, he explained. It was pretty amazing how Sedina could keep her face practically the same while it also clearly expressed, "I don't believe you." Dante rubbed his eyes, more to give him a moment than anything. Look, I'm not really sure how to explain this without completely crushing your worldview. Take your time. Sedina leaned back, resting her hands in the grass behind her. If Dante had his way, he would take 3 weeks of time to figure this out. How does one tell someone their existence is from a storybook? Well, .by basically saying just that. If someone told him he was a character in a book, he'd probably think they're crazy. But this was a world with monsters and magic and tears in reality that threatened to destroy everything. Surely the bar for craziness was raised a bit. All right. All of the heroes came to this world with knowledge about it. The other 3 got theirs from games they played. Think of it like an interactive story where they make and control a character to interact with and explore the world. From what I understand, most of it is the same as this world, but more than a few differences. Okay. Sedina had her elbows on her knees, her head resting on her folded hands. I, on the other hand, know about this world through a series of books. I know about some past events the characters talked about, and some things to look out for. Sedina nodded along. So, you know the future? Partially. Dante gave the Filolial Greenie, as he temporarily named it, a scratch around its neck. It almost seemed to purr in response. I've already done a few things differently, and I don't remember all the details. Some things also weren't how I remembered, like you being here now. I see. I have another question for you. Sedina let her hands fall into her lap. Do you know who I'm looking for? Dante paused. Yeah. He reached for his pack to pull out the note Belucas wrote for him. Sedina took it from his offered hand and quickly read it. A real, earnest smile spread on her face. Do you have her? Her voice was so full of hope, Dante felt badly for shaking his head. Not yet. I put in an order with a slave trader. If all goes well, she should be here in a few days. He held up a hand before Sedina could speak up. I know you want to see her as soon as possible, but I believe it's best to wait. Setting the note to the side, Sedina returned her hands to her lap. To wait. She repeated. All I need to do is wait and you'll bring me Raphtalia? More or less, yes. And what did you want in return? I'd like you both to travel with me. If he had more time and was better with negotiations, he'd probably come up with a better pitch. As it was, he had to make do. I have a number of ways to increase the fighting power of my allies. Using them, I could make it so no one could take Raphtalia away again. Like what? She leaned forward. The first is merely gaining levels while in a party with me. As I understand it, people in a hero's party gain experience faster and more stats per level. He remembered reading that at one point, but wasn't sure where. Sedina could confirm it later on. Oh my, that is quite good, she said enthusiastically. I do need to gain quite a few levels. Ha! That wasn't something Dante was expecting to hear. A thought creeped into his mind. Just for my reference, what level are you? My, asking a lady her level? Sedina held a hand to her cheek. Well, I suppose it's all right if it's you. I'm level 27. 20. Well, that somewhat ruined his plans. Perhaps he was a bit optimistic. Okay, no problem. That does, however, mean one of my methods may need to wait. I can lower your level to . Well, I'm not entirely sure. It will increase your potential, that much I know. In truth, he didn't really remember the whip's method ever being used. It probably was with Motoyasu, but he couldn't recall how. The third is for when you class up and requires a certain type of filial king or queen, so that's a ways off as well. The last two require a bit of trust, so I'll work at gaining that from you. But telling me what they are would help me trust you more, no? It's more literal than you think. This could go really well or well, he supposed, not that bad. He tapped the slave user shield. This shield here, plus others from its series, grants bonuses to slaves under my command, increasing their growth. There's a series for monsters I'll be getting in a day or so. The last method is literally being trusted and trusting in return. Not something that's easily done, unfortunately. Oh, that is more difficult. Sedina stood and held out a hand to Dante. But I think we're on the right path. Dante pulled himself up with her help. I'm glad to hear it. He gave her hand a shake. Well then, what should we do next? She pulled her harpoon from her back and gave it a twirl. Maybe gain a few levels while we wait? Sounds like a good start. I'll be able to unlock more shields as we go. Up you go, Greenie. Gwei? The filial didn't seem to take to its nickname. The wrong hero. From there, they headed in the direction of the capital. Of course, they opted for the more straightforward route, where monsters would be waiting to supply them with XP. With Sedina in his party, gaining levels wouldn't be an issue for some time. They quickly fell into a rhythm, with Sedina slaying any monster unlucky enough to get in their path and Dante trying to keep up with her. He tried to offer blocking attacks for her, but with the large level gap, he would just end up slowing them down. Dante would feed what he could to his shield and unlock various forms. He also kept an eye on any drops they had, though most of the weak mobs didn't have much. The Usapils and balloons never dropped any items, and about 1 in every 10 mushes gave an iron ore. He got a few other drops from the other monsters, including a bit of rope, and fed most of it to his shield for unlocks. Most of the monster corpses went into his shield, but he had to spare a few Usapils for Greenie. As pretty as the bird was, seeing it tear into the flesh of the round rabbit creature was something else. Once he had reached level 2, Dante opted for the leaf shield to be what he unlocked first. The timer on the slave user shield said it would take just under a day to unlock, but the leaf shield would be ready in just over 4 hours. It was a neat feature he'd nearly forgotten about. If he remembered right, the more weapon forms he unlocked, the faster it would be to unlock others. Besides, it didn't hurt to start collecting herbs now. He would need them. By the time he did unlock the leaf shield, he had a couple dozen shields revealed from all the monster corpses and item drops Sedina got him. She worked quite fast. About half of them were what he remembered Naofumi getting early on, though he couldn't remember what bonuses they provided in the books. Appraisal, cooking, plant appraisal, a few tiny and small bonuses to defense. He even revealed an iron or shield from using the ore from the drop items, so he could gain a metalworking skill as well. Not to mention all the defense-increasing shields he copied from her heart, most of them small, but 3 provided a medium bonus. And, of course, there was the Iron Shield. Iron Shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, skill, shield bash. It was pretty self-explanatory. He could bash someone or something with his shield. It would deal little damage, but it would stun them for a couple seconds. It would definitely be one of the first combat shields he unlocked, after Rope Shield and Pipe Shield, whenever he revealed that one. One shield that did catch his attention, mostly because he picked the flower on a whim and it only had an equip effect. Sunflower Shield, abilities locked, equip effect, detox. It sounded like it would remove a poison effect from either himself or whoever he used it on. Which could turn out to be a really good thing, considering his party member loved to drink. It seemed a bit strange to unlock a shield with no equip bonus, but since it had a shorter unlock time than the leaf shield, he would put it at the top of his non-urgent list. Speaking of lists, his next shield to unlock would be the Blue Mush shield for its compounding recipes. While equipped, he did have the recipes in his mind, but he couldn't have the shield automatically create anything without unlocking it. If this were a game, that seemed like a reasonable limitation. It was a similar situation when he gained enough levels to use the rope shield. With the Gauntlet's power-up method, he could spend points to increase the power of his skills. However, when he tried to power up Airstrike Shield, a pop-up informed him of the unlocking requirement. As dusk started to approach, they decided to end their hunting for the day. Sedina had gained 1 level, while Dante gained 7. Sedina took a rest as Dante lit a fire and cooked up some small fish she caught in a nearby river. He took the time to disassemble the Usapil for the meat and bone shields it would unlock. "You're pretty amazing, you know that?" Dante said as he finished skinning the rabbit. "Oh Dante, flattery will get you everywhere," she teased. Yeah. After several hours of working with Sedina, or, more accurately, chasing after her, he'd gotten used to her antics. They'd talked here and there, mostly about what plans Dante had for the future. A part of all those plans was to not appear too powerful, or the church might decide to take action against him. That was easier said than done, considering he had Sedina, plus however many kids from Luralona that Belucas could find. Ideally, they would need to meet with that one lord who was friendly with demi-humans and arrange housing there. After a few minutes, the fish were finished. He brought a few over to Sedina and sat with her. She took a bite out of a fish before pausing. "How is it?" he asked. With her default facial expression being that easygoing smile, it wasn't exactly easy to figure out her thoughts. Instead of replying, she took another small bite. "At least tell me it isn't terrible." "It's better than I thought it would be," she finally said. "You used some plants to add flavor to it, yes?" "What I could find," Dante confirmed. "Nothing here is really familiar, so I used a shield with plant appraisal to figure something out. Just wait until I get cooking bonuses from my shields." "Oh my, a hero and a cook." She took a larger bite, finishing off the first fish. "Oh, I'm not." "Not really, anyway. You spend enough time with someone who cooks for a living, you learn a few things. That, and you eat enough bad food in front of them and they might just force you to eat something better." "Dante, stop eating that jerky." "I'm making enchiladas, have some." Eddie would get so mad over the silliest things. "You haven't talked much about yourself." Sedina turned her attention to her next fish. "Yeah." He took a bite out of his own fish. "And you don't want to talk about yourself," Sedina concluded as she watched him eat. Dante shrugged. "I will if you want me to." "That's all right." She leaned back against the log she had claimed earlier. They sat in silence for a moment before Sedina spoke again. "Those books you read about our world? How much of the past did you read about?" "Mostly things that were relevant to whatever was happening at the moment, and usually just enough to understand the current situation. Melramark and Siltvelt's War, Calmira Island activating, just to name a few." Sedina nodded, finishing her second fish and starting on her third. She hesitated before taking a bite. "Do you know about me?" Dante grunted in response. He supposed this would come up sometime. "Enough to know it really isn't fair for me to not talk about my past." "I see." She let the fish rest against her lap. "And you aren't frightened of me?" "I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little," Dante admitted. "It's a bit hard not to be worried around someone who could probably kill you in a single thrust." "That's not what I meant." "I know." Dante looked her in the eyes. "I'm not worried about your past at all. You did what you had to do. And now? Here you are, working to get back your friends and family. That's all that matters. Sedina gave him a soft smile. Wise words for someone so young. Or maybe just naive. Dante nodded before he looked towards the setting sun. We should get back to Castle Town. I need to start my next plan. He stood and patted himself down. By the way, I'm 28. Oh my, you look so good for your age. The wrong hero. They returned to the capital before the sun set and the gates were closed. They separated before they entered, Dante coming in the same way he left, slave user shield on his arm, with Sedina going some minutes after. His first stop was the slave trader's tent to drop off Greenie and the silver, and to collect his eggs. He confirmed with Belucas that he was indeed making inquiries about the villagers. The flying dragon he was to send out would be returning this night, so he'd send his man to Idols in the morning. With that done, Dante left to meet Sedina at Erhardt's. He made sure to keep his face covered, as well as the eggs, just in case there were any prying eyes. When he arrived, he saw Sedina chatting with the blacksmith. Erhardt saw him as he entered and gave him a wave. Ah, Shield Kid. He greeted, waving him over. Your friend's been waiting for you. Hey, Erhardt. Dante set the eggs on the counter and shifted his shield back to the small shield before pulling off his cloak. Sorry to use your place of business as our meeting place. No problem, kid. Erhardt leaned forward on his counter. Say, about that issue from before. Dante looked over at Sedina and gave her a wink. She nodded back to him. Good. No one hiding around. Looks like I was mistaken, he said, returning to the blacksmith. Well, that's good, Erhardt said. He turned his attention to the eggs. Going to be raising some monsters, I see. Yeah, 2 philolials. Dante pulled off his backpack and began rummaging through it. They're pretty handy. Erhardt nodded. Just make sure you get them a wagon or something to pull, otherwise they'll get restless. Will do. Dante pulled out a pouch and slid 15 silver coins into it. He also pulled out the gold coin from Erhardt and slipped it behind his shield. What are you doing down there? The blacksmith asked, looking over his counter. Just preparing for tonight, he said, standing up. Unfortunately, I'm going to be walking into a trap tonight. You are? Erhardt looked between him and Sedina. Is this about earlier? In a sense. I'm going to be framed for a crime in the morning. And have all my possessions stolen. Erhardt scratched his head. And you're just going to walk right into it? What crime? Don't worry, I've got a plan. You'll hear what happened come morning, I'm sure. He was pretty sure word would be spread around as he was being taken to the castle. Of course, not everything will be taken. He hands the backpack and cloak to Sedina. Kid, how do you know what's going to happen? Just a bit of hero knowledge. He repeated what he said to Sedina. It was technically true both times, Sedina was just more cautious about it. Besides, I'm the shield hero in Melromark. I think we all know what that means. The other two would draw different conclusions from that, but Dante knew they'd be similar. Erhardt merely sighed, shaking his head. I don't know what's going on, but I hope you'll be careful. I will be. Dante fully faced Sedina. I'll be going to the inn closest to the castle. You're free to rent a room there and observe, if you wish. Just don't interfere. I think I might have a look at what'll happen. Sedina gave a nod. Good. Really, this would help show he was telling her the truth about these things, in case she needed proof. He thought for a moment before he spoke next. Also, about the villagers. Yes. She tilted her head to the side. The man I'm working with is Belucas. His tent is nestled in the alleys down a few streets. Raphtalia should be at the estate of Idol Rubier. Sedina's eyes widened for a moment before resetting. Why are you telling me this? To show you that I trust you. I still have a gold coin, just in case, but you have everything else. Of course, if Erhart would be willing to hold the eggs for me. The man in question held up his hands. Fine, fine. I'll keep them in the back. But I want to know what's going on tomorrow, understand? Perfectly. Dante turned to leave. If I've screwed things up and end up imprisoned, I would really appreciate a rescue. Without another word, Dante left for the inn. He passed a couple on the way, but managed to find the right one near the castle. Once inside, he immediately found Motoyasu and most of his party. He made his way over to greet them. Time to see if this works out. Motoyasu, he said, sounding a bit worn out. Hey, Dante. Motoyasu greeted with a smile. He soon lost that after seeing Dante's expression. How is your look around? Not so great. Is mine around? He asked, trying not to make eye contact. Yeah, she's over there at the bar. You all right? Motoyasu gestured to him. You don't look so well. I don't really want to talk about it. Later. Dante turned and moved to where Motoyasu had said. He was quickly able to find Malti in the crowd with her red hair. Oh, Sir Shield Hero. She saw him as he approached. She, too, took notice of his demeanor. What's troubling you? Are you still interested in joining my party? He asked, not meeting her eyes. Well, I did enjoy my time with Sir Motoyasu, but I did offer to join you. What's happened? She motioned for him to take a seat next to her. A glass of wine sat in front of her. If you're joining me, then I should tell you. He slowly raised his eyes to hers. In a hushed tone, he spoke. I was robbed. Why you were? She held a hand to her mouth. Dante had to admit, seeing that confused look about her lost income would have put a smile on his face. What happened? Dante took a deep breath before he continued. While I was looking around in the fields, some bandits came upon me. They stole my pack and most of my silver, but I was able to hide some when I ran away. That's terrible! Malti yelled. Dante looked around before held a finger to his lips. Malti calmed herself before going on. Did you tell the guards? No. He replied. What kind of hero gets robbed on his first day out? I couldn't bear telling anyone. I didn't want to tell you, but if you're going to adventure with me, you need to know how badly I screwed up. Perhaps he laid it on a little heavy, but he wanted to make it convincing. If she believed he lost his silver, she wouldn't try looking for it when she robbed him that night. The most that would happen would be her taking his very cheap armor and the coins not spent on the room. I see. She kept her face neutral after that, probably trying not to rip her hair out. Well, I'll still adventure with you, Sir Shield Hero. Dante slumped onto the counter. You don't know how relieved I am to hear that, he said with a huge smile on his face. Thank you, mine. Of course, Sir Shield Hero. It'll be an honor to work with you. She gave him a reassuring smile as she placed her hand on his arm. There was a small urge to pull away from her, but he needed this to seem natural. Anyway, it's been a rough day. I think I'm going to sleep this experience off. I'll see you in the morning, mine. He stood from his seat. Also, you mind not telling anyone about me, you know? Mine gave him a nod. Not at all. Have a good night, Sir Shield Hero. With that out of the way, Dante made his way to the innkeeper and rented a room for the night. He got to his room and started taking off his armor, relieved at the situation. Okay. There's no way Malty would want to spend a single day adventuring with me if she can't get anything meaningful. She'll most definitely stage the rape tonight. I'll just have to wait and see how she changes things. He made sure all his equipment was on the table before he slid into bed. The wrong hero. We will now hear the charges against the shield hero. A minister called from next to the king. The morning happened about how Dante expected it. His equipment and silver was missing and, soon after leaving his room, castle knights showed up and arrested him. Since it was just outside the castle, they didn't bother with a carriage, though they did push him a bunch. When he was brought before the throne, the other heroes and their parties were already there, with Malty hiding behind Motoyasu. What charges? Dante called out. He had his part to play here. Honestly, it wasn't too difficult to seem upset. He actually was. Turned out that knowing you were about to be falsely convicted didn't make you feel any better about it. My dear, you would please repeat your testimony? The king said evenly while glaring down at Dante. I went to the shield hero's room to talk about our plans for today when he suddenly grabbed me and threw me onto the bed. She said as tears fell from her face. He said, I'm glad you decided to join me for some fun, and then he tore my clothes off and... That's a lie! Dante yelled, earning the butt of a spear to the back of his head. You're the only liar here. Motoyasu yelled back. How could you do that to mine? And right after she agreed to go with you. Indeed. The king slammed his fist onto his throne. To rape someone in my kingdom, the only punishment is death. But I didn't do it. What proof do you have? Dante demanded. Excuse me. A knight said as he approached. This must be the flimsy evidence. I didn't know if they would try the underwear, but... Dante's thoughts were quickly thrown out when he saw what the knight was holding. In his hands was a light-colored bedsheet with a bloodstain near the center of it. Malty immediately hid behind Motoyasu when it was presented. We found this when we searched the shield hero's room. The knight said, looking aside. This is undeniable proof. The king yelled, pointing at Dante. What say you now, shield? Dante didn't say anything. He couldn't. His mind swam with questions. What the hell is this? Did I cause this to happen? How did it go from nothing or torn underwear to a bloody sheet? He looked over to Malty. She continued to hide behind Motoyasu. Did she actually bleed for this? No, it's probably from a monster or knight. Hell, they may have killed someone for this. Nothing to say? The king said. As I thought. This is a setup. I didn't do anything. Dante found his voice. I knew there was something wrong with you. Itsuki said, looking down his nose at Dante. He probably thought he was better than everyone around him. Rin concluded with his arms crossed. I can't believe I trusted you for even a moment. Motoyasu finished, grinding his spear into the ground. But I didn't do it. Dante yelled futilely. Enough. Altcray's voice boomed throughout the room. Your guilt is clear for all to see. Dante dropped his head. Fine. Since no one will believe me anyway, why bother talking? He glared back up to the king. So, you going to kill me now? As much as I want to, you are here to fight the waves. I wish we could summon a new shield hero, but my researchers tell me that new heroes can only be summoned once all four have died. The other heroes voiced their concerns, but the king continued. However, you won't go unpunished. Your crimes are already known to my people. You'll never live a good life here. That will be your punishment. You will return in a month to fight the waves. Now, leave my castle. Fine. Dante called out, giving the heroes one last look. When he did, he saw something even more unexpected. Malti wasn't taunting him. She barely looked at him, keeping behind Motoyasu all the while. A shove from a knight got Dante moving. He left the castle without another word. His thoughts from before returned to him. This Malti Dutch, she's much more cautious than I thought she'd be. More cunning. This makes it look like I stole her first time. She didn't even need to say I was drunk, since they all think I'm a violent thug anyway from my spar with Motoyasu. And as I just saw, she's not about to risk her plan for the throne just to make sure I knew she framed me. A short-sighted, belligerent Malti is something I can handle. But this. Dante reached the gatehouse to the city, continuing down the road. I don't know if I'm prepared for what she might plan. Notes. Should have kept the receipt on that gift horse. Looks like this version of Malti is a bit smarter than her book counterpart. Wonder how that'll affect Dante's plans for the future. Next chapter will contain a reference that may make some of you groan. Be prepared, laughing face. Let me know what you think. Dante walked down the main road of the capital, still stuck in his thoughts. People pointed at him and whispered as he passed, but he paid them little mind. Malti and the church were going to be bigger problems than he initially believed. He needed to rethink his plans. Of course, focusing on any particular topic was somewhat difficult. Between waking up in the middle of the night from his nightmare, to pretending to be asleep as his room was robbed, missing breakfast and having the trial. God, I need a smoke. He used another 2 sticks yesterday, one during a short break with Greenie, and another after supper with Sedina. After he explained what it was to her, she confirmed there was something similar in this world. It wasn't really sold in towns, mostly something farmers grew on the side to have after a long day's work. It also didn't sound like that stuff was as detrimental to one's health as his cigarettes, so that was something to look forward to. Hopefully it would help with cravings while he got off it completely. He had planned to quit for a while, but kept falling back into it. Hey! A voice pulled him from his addiction thoughts as he found himself near Erhart's. It was the man himself who called to him from between a few stalls. Erhart. Dante looked the man over. He didn't seem too pleased. Erhart walked over to him and grabbed him by the scruff of his shirt. Did you do it? What? Dante was at a loss for words. What are you? Why would I tell you about it yesterday if I was actually going to dash? Did you do it? He asked again, his hold firm. No. Erhart stared at him a moment before letting him go. All right, he said as he turned. Come to my shop. Through the back. I want that explanation now. Dante nodded as he moved to the alley. It wasn't too strange, he supposed. Looking into the eyes was a decent way to tell if someone was lying. He'd done that plenty before. When he reached the back of the shop, he found the door unlocked. Almost immediately after opening the door, his head was pulled down. He felt his face collide with something soft. 2 somethings. Oh, Dante, how could you? Sedina had her arms wrapped around his head as she pressed it into her chest. There are better ways to relieve yourself than to take advantage of some poor girl. Well, I'm glad someone is enjoying my situation. Although, currently, he was also enjoying it. She let him up and ruffled his hair. Just a bit of fun. Right. Wait, are you wearing my jacket? Sedina gave a quick pose, showing herself off. Looks good, don't you think? It did. With the leather jacket, her long hair, and her wrapped chest, she looked like she was a delinquent straight out of an anime. Aside from the sash thing around her waist, anyway. Oh my, if you stare any harder, you'll make me blush. Dante gave his head a quick shake. All right. Just take it off, before we leave. He looked past her and saw Erhardt down the hall, arms crossed. All right, I owe you an explanation. He came into the shop area and stood opposite of the blacksmith. That you do. It didn't take long to tell the man what he knew. How he knew of this world through books and stories, who some of the key people early on would be, the destruction of Luralona and the plot of Malti and the church. He had to say, Erhardt took the news pretty well. Though, he didn't seem to believe Dante at first, but once he mentioned how Erhardt's former blacksmithing master chased girls as much as he made weapons, Erhardt's expression began to change. Sedina corroborated his story. Apparently, after Dante went to his room and Motoyasu's party retired, Malti left sometime in the middle of the night. About 20 minutes later, a man came back, snuck into Dante's room, and left with his equipment and silver. Smart. It might have looked bad if I caught her in my room and called for help. Unlikely, but not a risk she likely wanted to take. Of course, Dante made sure to first check with Sedina for eavesdroppers. I still can't believe the princess would do something like this. Erhardt shook his head. Not surprising. Dante nodded. She's good at manipulating people. She also seems more careful and cunning than in the books. Something I'll need to watch out for. There's something I don't understand, though. If you knew this was going to happen, why not try to prevent it? Stay out of the city for a while and get stronger, or try to prove your innocence. Dante simply shook his head. Too risky. I have no idea what would have happened if I stayed away. If I somehow got the other heroes on my side, the king could have decided this batch was no good and summoned another. Any proof I brought forward could have just been dismissed anyway. This outcome, while irritating, is quite manageable. Erhardt leaned on his counter. He thought for a moment before speaking. I suppose you did the best you could with what you had. I'd like to think so too. Naofumi survived without any help for weeks. Dante had Sedina on day one of his adventuring and revealed a large number of shields. He liked his odds. Oh, right. Dante shifted his shield to the blue mush shield to continue unlocking it. He didn't want people seeing a different shield form before, even while sleeping, just in case some church members got any ideas. That's a pretty neat shield, kid. Erhardt gave the shield a glance. Mind if I inspect it? Go for it, he said as Erhardt chanted to himself. By the way, I don't think I told you my age, did I? You look 17 or 18. Dante watched as a small ball of light extended from Erhardt's hand and harmlessly bounced off his shield. Well, it's definitely powerful, but I can't get any other information about it. I thought as much. Dante leaned on the counter and pointed to his face. 28. Erhardt raised an eyebrow. Really? Dante shrugged. Magic or something. Right. Anyway, where will you go now? I doubt you'll be too welcome in town. Dante nodded towards Sedina. I have a guy looking for her friends and neighbors. We'll be buying them up and grinding levels. Right. The village. Erhardt looked over to Sedina as well. I'm sorry that happened. The Queen's been trying to change how people treat demi-humans in this country, but it's all right. Sedina pulled Dante over by the shoulder. I have little Dante here to help me find them all. What's with people calling me little? Kid I get, but I'm taller than you too. Erhardt chuckled at their display. This one seems like she'll be a handful. I don't doubt that at all. Oh my! Anyway, Erhardt pointed to the egg incubators sitting in the corner behind the counter. You want to take these off my hands? In a little while, Dante said, pulling himself from Sedina. If I remember right, Belucas should have one kid from the village today. I want to get her armed before leaving, so I'll be bringing her by later. According to the slave trader, the timers on the incubators were set to end about an hour or so from now. Plenty of time to do what he needed before they hatched. You're going to have kids fight for you? Erhardt did not look at all pleased by that. Possibly, if they want to. However, if not, then at least they can defend themselves, and they'll be leveled up to take on any slavers that come their way. I suppose you're right. Erhardt never liked the idea of slavery in this country, that much Dante knew. But even he couldn't argue against this plan. Before that, I should probably get some armor. He looked over a few pieces on the stands. If you're going to be defending multiple people, you'll want something strong but light. Erhardt walked over to one of the stands. Dante almost laughed when he did. How about some chainmail? I could sell it to you for 120 silver. How fitting. Once he got armored up, and set with another pair of boots, he donned his backpack and cloak and set out with Sedina, also in her cloak. It wasn't long before they were at the circus tent again. When they went inside, Belucas was inspecting some of the monster cages. He turned when they entered, his signature smile on his face. Ah, Sir Hero. So good to see you again. He rubbed his hands together. Especially after hearing about your escapades with that adventurer. News travels fast around these parts, eh? Ha! Indeed. You'll be pleased to know I found one of the children you were looking for. And I see your friend is back with you this time. Dante stole a glance at Sedina, who was turned away from him. Yeah. I figured it would be this quick. Go ahead and grab them and we'll meet at your office. Certainly. Belucas went off as Dante and Sedina went to wait. Listen. Sedina started when they reached the short man's desk. It's fine. Dante said without turning. He never mentioned any friend to Belucas, so Sedina must have come here at some point before this morning. I'm still earning your trust. If this helps, then confirm what I say as much as you can. I really don't mind. She simply gave him a nod as Belucas returned. Just as Dante thought, a girl who fit Keel's description was with him, being pulled along with a chain. Here is one of the slaves you specifically requested. Yes, sir. Belucas stopped at his desk. I won't do anything you tell me to. Keel shouted, still pulling at her chain. Yep, definitely Keel. As you can see, this one has a problematic personality. Luckily, one of my colleagues recently purchased her, so I was able to get her rather quickly. Her? Keel yelled. I'm a boy. We'll get to that. Dante waved her off. So, the price? I can't imagine she's all that expensive, if she's this difficult. Hey, listen to me. Well, good sir, she is in rather good condition. Belucas rubbed his chin, ignoring Keel's outburst. I think 70 silver is a good price, yes sir. 40 seems adequate, given our ongoing business dealings. Dante countered. Sir Hero is fond of his jokes, yes sir. 60 for the girl. I'm not a girl. 50, and I'll be sure to consider you first for all my monster needs. I would think that's a given already, Sir Hero. 55. Hey! Keel yelled a final time as she lifted up her rags. I'm a boy. See? Dante was about to speak before he noticed something very important about Keel. Oh my! Children shouldn't be doing such things, Sedina said with a laugh. Dante turned his head away, waving his hand at Keel. Okay, you're a boy. Just cover yourself. Ah, that was unexpected, Belucas said. My colleague didn't clarify his sex. 50 silver it is. Keel lowered his rags as they agreed on the price. How many of these what the hell moments am I going to have? At least this one isn't a big deal. Why is Keel a boy? Although, thinking about it, I vaguely remember hearing that Keel was originally a boy before the author changed his gender. Maybe they got all the correct information and just changed things for narrative effect and to fit into different tropes? Belucas started preparing the ink as Dante counted out the silver. And I really don't like how he stopped haggling when he realized Keel wasn't a girl. The slave trader handed Dante the knife. Ah, Dante, a moment? Sedina tapped his shoulder before he started. What's up? He looked over at her. About the slave seal. Ah. Dante understood. You don't want him registered to me. Sedina nodded. She was trying to trust him, but he supposed seeing this was a bit much. With the bonuses I can provide, he'll be much better off under me. I understand that. Dante thought a moment. How could he convince her? He supposed the biggest issue was being able to kill slaves with a thought. Maybe there was something there. Belucas. He turned to the round man. Slave seals can kill the slaves, correct? Of course. It's to ensure loyalty from the slaves. And how long would it take? Is it instantaneous? Belucas tapped his desk. That would depend on the slave seal. High-grade slave seals can do it instantly, though higher-level combat slaves will take a bit of time. For this basic seal for instance, this demi-human child about 10 seconds or so at full strength. And I assume that, should the slaveholder die, the kill effect will stop? Yes, sir. In fact, the ink will turn black, so anyone could tell the slave is without a master. Dante gave Sedina a smile. Sounds good, yeah? Worst comes to worst, if you don't think you could kill me outright, you could always take me out in my sleep. Sedina gave him a hesitant nod. A bit morbid, perhaps, but effective. Dante let a few drops of blood fall into the ink bowl as Belucas prepared the brush. When the slave trader approached Keel, he backed up. Stay away from me, he yelled. Belucas was about to snap his fingers to activate the seal, but Dante grabbed his hand. None of that, now, he said, turning back to his companion. Sedina, I think you should try to convince him first. Sedina? Keel looked at the woman, clearly confused. I don't think that's such a good idea here, Dante, she said. He looked at her a moment before realizing what she meant. He gave her a wink, but she shook her head. No, not that. I meant in this place. Dante looked around at the few cages present in the room. Is it uncomfortable for you? No, it's... She gestured to Belucas, a confused look on his face as he tilted his head. Don't do that. That is very much the opposite of cute from you. Don't worry about him, Dante said, ignoring the slaver. He's slated to earn over 1,000 silver, probably thousands of silver, from our deal. I doubt he's going to do something to screw that up. And I don't think he's in the business of selling out his customers. Perish the thought, madam. He held a hand to his chest. I pride myself on my excellent customer satisfaction. Sedina gave a shrug before she dropped her cloak. In a puff of smoke, she changed into her therianthrope form. Keel stared at her, slack-jawed. Dante gave her a once-over as well. She really was quite big, as tall as Greenie, in fact. Even Belucas seemed surprised. Sedina. Keel took a step forward. Then another. He lunged at her, grabbing hold of her leg. Big sis Sedina. It's really you. It's me, Keel. Sorry I didn't tell you sooner. She pat him on his head. Keel cried into her leg, clinging to her for dear life. Quite the interesting companion you have, Sir Hero. Belucas remarked. She is, isn't she? That seemed to confirm what Dante thought. If Belucas, a slave trader, didn't notice what Sedina was, then he had nothing to fear with her walking around the city. Sedina kept stroking Keel's head until he calmed down, wiping away his tears before he spoke again. What are you doing here, big sis? Looking for you, and the other children from the village, she said and pointed towards Dante. This man knew where to find you all. Keel peeked around her leg to glare at him. The man who wants to buy me? Yes. She patted him on the back. Little Dante here is actually the shield hero. He looked back up at Sedina. The shield hero? See, now it makes sense for you to call me little. Dante held his hands to his hips. Sedina chuckled at his complaining. He seems like a trustworthy young man. I think you should let him put a seal on you. Are you sure? Keel didn't seem too keen on the idea. If Dante remembered correctly, then. Do you want to be stronger? He asked the dog boy. Keel's ears perked up at that. Stronger? Dante nodded. Being a party member of a hero grants you power. Some of my shields will grant slaves more. I have some other tricks as well. If you want, I can grant you this power. You won't have to be afraid of slavers or the waves ever again. And you'll be able to protect your friends once we find them. He took a knee next to the boy and outstretched his hand. What do you say? Keel stared at his hand. He scrunched up his face in a complicated expression. His mouth moved to form words, but none came out. Dante stayed kneeling all the while. Finally, Keel gave his answer. A loud rumble from his stomach. Dante laughed before he pulled off his backpack and took out some of his rations. I also have food. Keel quickly snatched the offered food and tore into it. It was mostly dried meat, but he was finished within seconds. Dante looked over to the slave trader. What, you couldn't even get him some gruel? He asked. Okay. Keel said, regaining Dante's attention. I'll do it. But don't think I trust you yet. Of course. Dante stood. That comes later. With that, Belucas completed the ritual and a pop-up appeared in Dante's vision. Slave acquired, Keel, dog, demi-human LV1. Neat. As a slave, I can see his stats as easily as I see mine. With Sedina, all I have is her name, HP, and MP. Oh, right. By the way, Belucas, Dante had nearly forgotten to ask, at what level does the basic slave seal no longer work? Well, it depends on the stat growth of the slave. On average, after they receive a class upgrade at level 40 is the latest, some even if it's done earlier. After that, the seal can still activate, but it isn't likely to harm the slave. That's why most combat slaves get a high-grade slave seal, yes sir. Interesting. That would help explain why Sedina was unaffected by that greedy merchant seal. Or, was that a high-grade seal, and Sedina is just that badass? Either or, doesn't matter. Then that should be one of your goals, Keel. Dante looked down at the dog boy. Now, I have to keep a condition checked on the slave seal. The only one will be that you can't lie to me. That means you can disobey me, but I still expect you to listen to me. However, I'll never ask you to do something I wouldn't do myself. He looked up at Sedina. From either of you? Sedina gave him a nod before he returned his attention to Keel. That said, I can't wield weapons. That's where you two come in. From here on, we'll be fighting monsters to get stronger, so you need to follow my and Sedina's instructions. Understood? Why, yeah. Keel said with a nod. Good. Dante turned back to Belucas. Seems like our business is done for today. Your money is on the desk. I'll be in tomorrow to check on your progress. Also, the man you sent to Rubiers? Yes, sir, he departed this morning, before you arrived. He should be back sometime tomorrow night, so I'll have an answer the next day. Dante nodded. Excellent. He looked over to the Orca woman. Sedina, I need you to grab a few things before we start monster killing again. What is it? She transformed back into her demi-human form. Some Belucas, what do baby Philolials eat? I believe bean paste works best, yes sir. He responded. Some of that. Also, a blank notebook, ink, some sort of pen, and an easy-to-read book. Since I have the opportunity, I want to observe Keel's growth to understand some of my shields and abilities. And I should start learning how to read this country's language. You can't read? Keel asked. Technically, I can't speak either. The shield translates speech for me, but not writing. Wait, can you read? Dante asked in turn. A little bit. He answered. That's great. Then, after we finish for the day, you can help me learn this country's language while Sedina rests. Why do I have to do that? Keel demanded. Well, Sedina can't. He gestured to the person in question. She's the primary fighter in our group. It wouldn't be fair if she does so much during the day, then spends her evenings teaching me. Dante tapped his chin before continuing. Although, once you get stronger, then you won't have to do that as much. Humph. Keel pouted. Fine. I'll get stronger, then I won't have to teach you anymore. Oh my. Sedina laughed at our little back and forth. You have such a way with children. I know a few things. He said. We'll meet up at the edge of the forest outside the south gate. The wrong hero. Sedina went off to get the supplies while Dante and Keel returned to the weapon shop. Erhardt made a face at seeing Keel, but quickly got to arming and clothing him. Even knowing the circumstances, Erhardt didn't like seeing slavery in practice. Dante's purse became 20 silver lighter, an iron dagger for Keel and a rusty short sword for Dante's disguise, plus a pair of whetstones. He absorbed one for his shield and would unlock it at a later point. Dante and Keel each grabbed an egg and made for the gatehouse. Dante moved his shield to his back and kept his head up. The guards, like before, didn't pay him any mind. Either they were bad at their jobs, or they didn't care to look at a demi-human slave and his master. Once in the forest, they met up with Sedina. She handed over the supplies and the remaining silver and bronze. It ended up costing around 20 silver, with the traveler's fountain pen making up almost half the cost and the written book coming in second. He almost thought the ink would be the most expensive, but he supposed there were probably monsters that could easily provide a form of ink. Sedina also thought to buy another pair of backpacks, bedrolls, and water skins, costing another 20 silver. It was a good buy, especially since Dante had forgotten. Before they began their hunting, the eggs started to crack. Dante watched as the Philolials broke out of their eggs. One was a brilliant yellow with red eyes, while the other was a deep blue with blue-green eyes. Well, aren't you two just the most adorable little things? Dante said as the birds jumped into his waiting lap. Wow. Keel looked down at the birds in awe. We had a rancher at the village, but I never saw a philolial hatch before. Do you have any names in mind? Sedina asked before her smile grew. Or will you be naming them Yellow and Blue? Cut me some slack. Dante turned away from her. It wasn't my philolial and I forgot to ask. Though, she did have a point. They needed names, not just philolial A and philolial B, like they appeared in his status. Really, naming things wasn't something he was particularly good at. When he was a kid, he had a cat that he named Honeybee, and his naming sense hadn't improved much. He thought back to some of the people he knew from his world. A few names popped into his head, but nothing really stood out to him. Perhaps something simple, like Belle, or Cherry, or Mary. No! Not that. I can't do that to myself. Dispelling the creeping thought forming in his head, he looked back at the philolials. Maybe something with their colors. Yellow with red eyes, blue with blue-green eyes. Wait a moment, that sounds almost familiar. He held a philolial in each hand and looked at them. The yellow one almost seemed to have a fierce, yet playful look on its face. The blue one had a more calm, but stern expression. Since they hatched at the same time, they may as well be siblings. That means... He tilted his head back and laughed. Wow. Even in another world, Jojo is popping into my head. I'm holding Dio Brando and Jonathan Joestar. That would be pretty funny. Dio, the philolial. I don't think I should. Ah, crap. Dante shouted. What? Keel jumped back, startled from his outburst. Dante saw the change happen in his status. Dio, philolial. Damn it, why did I have to go and think that? He looked to the blue philolial, still with its temporary name. Oh well. In for a penny. Well, I've named the philolials. He turned to show his party members. This one is Dio, and this one is Jojo. He gestured to each philolial as he called their names. Cheap. The philolials chirped, seemingly approving of their names. Those names sound kind of strange. Keel said, earning a slight glare from the philolials. Maybe just a little. Dante confirmed, moving a philolial to each shoulder. I guess they're more like shortened names, but I thought they'd work well. And that's the story he's sticking with. Sedina gave him a knowing look, but at least she didn't know the why. Well then, are we ready to start? She asked, moving past the topic. We are. Dante stood. I think the same plan as yesterday will work, if you're good with it. Keel, you'll stay next to me. Anything gets past Sedina, I'll grab it and you stab it. Think you can do it? Why yeah, I can do that. He said. He was a bit nervous, but Dante was confident he could handle it. All right, let's get going then. The wrong hero. The monster hunting went about as well as it had the day before. Sedina cut down most everything in her path. The few things that got past her, Dante held for Keel to stab. The first time he caught a Nusapil, Keel refused to stab it. So, Dante merely held it up for Dio and Jojo to peck to death. In hindsight, that wasn't the best idea, as blood then sprayed onto his face. After that, Keel gladly killed any Nusapil he caught, if only to not see Dante looking like he just came from a slaughter. At some point, the Blue Moss shield was unlocked, so Dante moved to the Rogue shield to get an active skill. Fortunately, it would only take about 8 hours to unlock. Something he noticed while looking over his shields was the timer on the slave user shield had changed, even though he hadn't switched to it since yesterday. He figured it meant his level was also a factor in release times. It wasn't much, just a few minutes shorter when he noticed, but it would help. He pulled some ingredients he stashed in his pack into his shield and began making some healing potions. They stopped partway through for a meal, with Dante cooking the ReUPLOADED. He decided to use some of the monster souls to increase his cooking skill by 1, and used a shield with a cooking bonus. He'd forgotten to use that shield yesterday, much to his embarrassment, but at least he had increased his defense by 1 with monster souls. Speaking of, it looked like the soul energy used for the spear was different than the bow. For the spear, the souls were automatically collected after absorbing monsters, but the bow used the energy in monster pieces. He'd need to play with this a bit more. Needless to say, his food was greeted quite warmly. By the end of their hunting, they all made some pretty good level gains. Dante, LV16 Sedina, LV29 Keel, LV12 Dio, LV10 Jojo, LV10. The Philolials had also changed a bit. They were a bit bigger, Dante no longer able to encircle one with his hands. Their feather colors didn't change much, but they did start making a pio sound, which Dante found adorable. They also made quick work of the beans, but were able to start eating ReUPLOADED meat before the beans ran out. He skinned a number of ReUPLOADED and crafted over a dozen healing potions using his shield. He found it strange that they came automatically in a bottle and thought those could be used as another source of income, but that thought was quickly dispelled. Sedina had actually taken a small amount of damage when a large pack of ReUPLOADED came running from a burrow. He had her use a potion and found the bottle disintegrated after being used. With the sun setting, they decided to return to the city and sleep in an inn for the night. Dante figured Keel hadn't been in a proper bed for some time, so it would be best to let him have that before they began camping out. Sedina knew about a demi-human inn she'd heard of from some travelers. Dante believed he remembered hearing about that in one of Motoyasa's loops. However, before they even got close to the gate, Keel hid behind Dante's cloak. "Something wrong?" he asked the boy, who was trembling fiercely. That man." He shakily pointed to a pair of knights that were patrolling the nearby pathway around the city. He was at the village. Dante looked over at the man Keel indicated. He caught a glimpse of a scar above his right eye. In ReUPLOADED? He was part of the raid? Keel nodded as he clung to his cloak. Dante looked over at Sedina. Her gaze was hard as she pulled it from the knights. "What do you want to do?" he asked her. Her grip on her harpoon tightened. "Why, I would think that would be obvious." Dante nodded. "Agreed, but I hear them talking. Let's see what the other one is about first." He gave Keel a pat on the head. "Keel, take Dio and Jojo and go to the edge of the forest. Keep out of sight. We'll be there shortly." Keel hesitantly let go before running off, the Philolials trailing behind him. Dante and Sedina began tailing the guards, getting just close enough to hear their words. After a few minutes of talking, the scarred knight's partner said something interesting. "Hey, I heard a rumor you came into some silver recently," he said. "Got any good leads?" What, and lose out making money myself. Go find your own leads." The scarred one replied with a laugh. "Come on, you've got plenty of work. Throw me a small bone here. It doesn't have to be as big a ReUPLOADED. That was the luckiest break of my life." The knight bellowed. "I don't think I could ever get something like that again." Dante and Sedina shared a look. They both knew what these two were. Slavers. Dante moved closer and whispered to her. "I'll take the scarred guy alive. We can get rid of his friend." Sedina nodded and they looked towards the town. They were far enough away that no one could make out what they were about to do, especially since the sun had already moved below the town's walls. Dante switched to his iron shield, since it currently had the best stats. They picked up their pace slightly before they sprinted forwards. By the time the guards reacted, Dante already held the scarred knight, one arm locked around his throat while the other arm kept his spear arm from moving. What the dash, the buddy was knocked to the ground from Sedina's harpoon slamming into his head. Before he could get back up, she thrust it down and into his throat. Gurgling was heard as he desperately tried to stop the blood from spewing from the hole. "You damn gay dash," the scarred knight tried to get the words out, but Dante tightened his grip on the man's throat. Try as he might, he couldn't shake Dante off. He brought his free arm back into Dante's side, but with no real leverage, it harmlessly bounced off his armor. "It seems my defense does impact grappling." Naofumi was able to drag a whale through the water, so I'm not exactly surprised. Wishing I played around with the power-up methods more, but I didn't imagine we'd have an encounter like this. He's flailing, but he isn't breaking my grip. Bet he's wishing his chest piece extended up to his neck right about now. Still, though. Sedina, this is taking too long. Just knock him out. He thought he could hold him until the man passed out, but maybe his stats let him go without air for a longer period. Or, since Dante had little attack, he wasn't able to choke out someone. He'd need to experiment when he had the time. "As the source of your power, I command you. Let the true way be revealed once more. Lightning! Paralyze the one before me. Zwait paralyzing thunder." Dante released the knight as Sedina's spell struck. The man convulsed for a few moments before falling to the ground. Dante switched back to his rope shield and started unwinding rope, allowing Sedina to start binding him. "What do we do about the other one?" she asked. "We could carry him to the forest and bury him there." "Sounds like a plan." Dante moved over to the other knight. When he grabbed him, the jewel on his shield began to shine. What is it? I think. Dante held the gem against the knight, absorbing him into his shield, equipment and all. He looked at his status as several pop-ups appeared. Human shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, defense bonus, small. Reinforced iron shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, defense bonus, medium, skill, cleave bash. Well, that's terrifying. He didn't expect to reveal a human shield, though he did recall Naofumi once unlocked a raccoon shield, but he didn't remember what it did. He'd need to get some blood from Sedina and Keel later. The reinforced iron shield looked to branch from the regular iron shield. It had better stats and an improved skill. It looked like the iron breastplate the guard had worn was a component for it. Speaking of, he saw all the guard's possessions in his item drops, as well as the knight's clothed remains in his monster drops. Odd, but fine. Seems if something dies with an item on it, I can put it in my item drops. I feel like it shouldn't work like that, and I don't really want to accept any more gift horses, but here it is. Okay, I have the knight tied. Sedina stood and looked around her. Where's the other one? Right here. Dante tapped his shield. I think I just discovered every serial killer's most desired item. He stood before the bound guard, looking down at him. Well, grab a leg. This guy is going to have a shit time tomorrow. Notes. You know, sometimes people ask me, Grizzly, I hate you. I was waiting to name those philolials since before I even started writing this FIC. Hope no one here hates JoJo. We'll start to see what kind of person Dante was in his old world. By the way, my cat's name is actually Honeybee. I got her and another from a coworker's grandfather, who had named her Bright Eyes, and the other kitty cat. I do actually suck at naming things, so I just took the first letters of their names and renamed them. B-Honeybee. Casey. Let me know what you think. Good morning, sunshine. Dante said to the knight. Wah. The knight took in his surroundings. He tried to, but he found himself completely restrained. His arms, his legs, even his head was completely immobile. He was pinned to a long log they'd found, and was propped against another log, with his legs elevated and his face toward the sky. "You, how dare you attack a knight of Melromark?" the knight bellowed. "You said that already," Dante replied, rummaging through his backpack. In truth, the knight had woken up during the night. Since Keel was still shaken, Sedina took first watch. After a few hours, the knight started yelling at them to release him. Dante had already awoken, stirred from yet another nightmare, and figured then was a good time to figure out his question from yesterday. He held the knight's throat until he passed out, which did take longer than he thought, but not incredibly so. He had Sedina repeat her spell, just to make sure the knight stayed out. Dante kept watch after then, until the sun rose and they had breakfast. "What are you planning, Shield?" "Well, first, I'm glad you recognized me. So many knights seem to be bad at their job. They weren't the only ones." Sedina had yet to spot a single shadow, or anyone else spying on them. Guards not looking at cloaked travelers is one thing, but what are the church shadows doing? Hopefully, they aren't as numerous as I feared. Dante stood above the knight, hands behind his back. "Second, I have some questions for you." "I'll tell you nothing, devil." The knight spat. "You say that." Dante gestured to Sedina and Keel to come over. "But, really, you will. I want you to look at these two first." The knight's eyes shifted between the two. "A dog brat and your girlfriend." "So what?" Sedina held her harpoon and gripped it tightly. "Wow. No joke about that?" "She is pissed. Look at the boy. Do you recognize him?" Dante prodded, but the knight remained silent. "He was a resident of Luralona." "Ha!" One of those beasts' exposed head was swiftly met with the butt of Sedina's harpoon. Keel shook slightly, but he kept standing. "Yes. Now, I want you to think hard about what you say next." Dante knelt next to the man, putting his face right in front of the knight's. "Who else raided the village, and where did you sell the children?" Dante got his answer in the form of spit on his face. He simply stood up and wiped it off. "Rude, but I'm so glad you feel that way." Otherwise, a cruel grin spread on his face as he looked down at the knight. "I wouldn't be able to test out a few things." "Go to hell, devil." "No need to worry about that." He turned to Keel. "Go wait with the Philolials while we deal with this." "No, I want to be here," Keel said, standing firm. "This isn't something a child should see." "I said." Keel stopped when Sedina placed a hand on his shoulder. "Wait for us over there," she said simply. The dog boy stood still for a moment before nodding. Once he disappeared through the foliage, Dante reached behind him. "Do you see what this is?" he asked, holding a knife in his hands. "I've used this to skin dozens of ReUPLOADED in my short time here." He twirled the knife in his hand. "But, you see, my shield is a bit particular." He slowly brought the knife lower. "I can't use any weapon other than my shield." The knife inched its way closer to the bound knight. "But that only applies to combat." "Stop!" It was inches from his face. "This isn't combat. You aren't an enemy. You are simply a piece of meat." The knife made contact with the knight. So. In an instant, the knife was flung from Dante's hand, the remnants of the shock dissipating from him. Well, it was worth a shot. Dante looked over at the knife, embedded in the ground. "No matter, I have a more realistic idea." Dante knelt down and picked up a couple items. In one hand was a large piece of cloth. In the other was a water skin. "I'll be placing this cloth over your face. It was from your buddy's shirt, in case you were wondering. Bastard. When he lay it over the bound man, Sedina held it tight on either side. Will this really work? She asked. Do you not have this here? Dante returned. Sedina shook her head. He supposed in a world with magic and levels, some torture techniques might be more obscure than others. Ah, well, yes. This will work quite well. Assuming, of course. He opened the water skin and began to pour. The water hit the cloth, but the water skin stayed in his hand. He continued to pour a little at a time. Interesting. It's indirect enough that the shield will let me do this. Of course, this would either be something like environmental damage, where I would gain no XP, or it's the equivalent of me handing a weapon to Sedina, since the soaked cloth is doing the work. Either or. It was barely 10 seconds before the knight started shaking violently against his restraints. His unloved hands desperately scratched against the log he was bound to in a vain attempt at escape. He sputtered as he tried to gain a single breath of air. Okay, take it off, Dante said. The second Sedina lifted the cloth, the man coughed uncontrollably. His face had begun to turn red. So, ready to talk yet, Dash? It was Devon Mallory. He led us to the village after the wave. There was Carta, Balin, Nate, Adler, Dash. Slow down a second. Dante fumbled with his notebook on the ground and began writing. Over the next 15 minutes, Dante had a list of 24 names with descriptions of the knights and slavers, their usual hangouts, approximate levels, and who likely handled the transactions with the slave traders. God, he just doesn't shut up. I could barely keep up with the bastard. I know it was bad, but it wasn't that bad. Didn't even get the chance to threaten refilling the water skin in the river over there. Got to say, I'm not impressed with these knights. Is that everything? Dante asked, glancing down at the knight through slit eyes. That's all I know, the man pleaded. Dante hummed to himself before nodding. Good. I suppose we're done here then. He took the knife and cut the ropes binding the knight to the log, but not releasing him entirely. Why, you'll let me go? He tentatively asked. There was actual hope in his voice. Don't be ridiculous. Dante pulled the man by his legs. He began walking towards the small river as Sedina followed. I just tortured you, albeit barely, and we killed your friend. Can't really leave any witnesses, can we? Wait! The man called as he was dragged along, thrashing around. I know other things. I'll tell you if you let me go. I swear I'll never breathe a word of any of this. I highly doubt that. Both of those things. They were a few feet into the river, the water coming just above the knight's shoulders. The church. I can tell you what the church is planning. That got Dante to stop. He figured the man was just a slaver, not in on whatever the church had going on. If he knew something, it might be useful. This had better be good. Dante looked down at him, not letting go of his leg. The princess. They plan on stirring up problems for you and making it look like Princess Malty's doing. They want you to kill her in anger. Well, that was certainly something. If Malty was more cunning, there was no reason to believe the church leaders weren't also. Hoping he died in the waves was an option, but if they could trick Dante into killing a princess, well, that would give a good excuse to kill the shield hero and start a crusade. This also muddied Dante's thoughts on what Malty might have planned for him. If she wasn't going to screw with Dante, then was framing him and ensnaring Motoyasu the bulk of her plan in the early stages? Was she aware of the church's plans to remove her? Was she aware of their theocracy plan? The knight that presented the bloody sheet could have been loyal to Malty and not the church. Hell, the framing might even be the full extent of their interactions, but Dante wasn't going to hold his breath. There were more moving parts than he was comfortable with. So, we have a deal? The night broke him from his thoughts. Dante smiled as he looked down at the night. That was a very nice piece of information you gave me. Then. However. Dante pulled the knight a few more feet, submerging his head. He placed a boot on the knight's chest, keeping his writhing head underwater. I'd be a fool to let you live, no matter what knowledge you can provide me. I do appreciate it, though. The knight kept struggling to get out from under Dante, but being bound and under Dante's stats, his fate was sealed. A harpoon thrust to his throat was what did him in, however. XP and a level up flashed in his vision. Dante jerked his head toward Sedina. Why did you do that? He was going to die anyway. Sedina shook her head. I didn't want to do it like this. Like what? I told you, I wouldn't have you do anything I wouldn't do myself. I was proving that. And you did. Dante ran his hand through his hair. Look, the other guy was one thing, but this was basically an execution. You didn't have to dash. Sedina gestured to the side with her head. When Dante looked over, he saw Keel watching them from behind a tree, terror written on his face. Shit. Dante gave the knight one last look before he stepped out of the water. Keel, would you come over here a moment? The dog boy huddled closer to the tree. I'm not mad at you, Dante said, beckoning him closer. Keel slowly stepped beyond the tree and made his way over. He kept his head down as he stood before Dante. The man placed a hand on his shoulder, causing him to flinch. I'm sorry. I didn't want you to see that, he said, giving Keel a light squeeze. Are you okay? I thought I could watch time. Tears threatened to burst from his eyes. Dante knelt down, meeting Keel at eye level while keeping his hold. You didn't like watching that, he stated. Keel shook his head, tears starting to fall. That's good. You shouldn't, and I don't want you to. Sometimes, I might need to do things like this. When I do, I want you to stay away from it. I don't want you to have to see any of this. Understand? Keel gave him a short nod, gripping his shirt all the while. Good. Dante stood again, giving Keel a pat on the shoulder. Run along. We'll be over shortly. Keel quickly ran off through the forest yet again, leaving Dante and Sedina with the dead knight. He scratched his head as he walked back over. Sorry. I should have paid more attention, he said to the orca woman. He pulled the knight from the river and back onto dry land. No, I should have as well, Sedina admitted. I was too focused on watching. I can't blame you for that. He cut the ropes and began unstrapping the chest piece. He attacked your village and helped steal away Raphtalia. So, you watched him suffer. If anything, I'm impressed with your restraint. You could have done all this yourself. Yeah. But you didn't, and that's good too. He finished removing the heavy armor and set it aside. He stood up before continuing. We haven't really talked about what you used to do, but if I had to guess, you don't want to do those sorts of things anymore. She remained silent at his assessment. Being an executioner, torturer, and whatever else the Heavenly Emperor needed, especially at such a young age, likely damaged her more than she would be willing to admit. At least right now, to him. Then I will handle the interrogations we might need to do. You just give them a quick end when it's over. Deal? Sedina gave him a shallow nod. Deal. It wasn't ideal, but in all likelihood, they may need to get more information out of people in the future. Now, Dante knew he had a method to do so. "And, thank you," he said, earning a confused look from her. "For what?" "For not taking my silver and running. You could have, and you chose to stay. I never thanked you before, so, thank you," he said earnestly. Sedina gave him a smile. "You're welcome. One last thing." He pointed to the relatively exposed limb of the knight. "I'm sorry to ask, but can you remove his arm from his body?" "What for?" She was again confused at the request. "For my shield. I'll come back over to you all when I'm done." That was all he said, signaling for her not to watch. Sedina gave the arm a quick thrust, piercing the chainmail covering it and severing it. After that, she went back to camp. Dante readied the knife and got to work. The wrong hero. Once he was finished butchering the arm, he absorbed the components and the rest of the body and equipment. He thought it strange the shield required him to disassemble monsters, or a human in this case, to get the individual component shields, even though he absorbed them combined before. Though he thought it stranger that the bodies of people had their clothes on in his monster drops. Human bone shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, HP bonus, tiny. Human skin shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, defense bonus, tiny. Human meat shield, abilities locked, equip bonus, cooking skill +2. The fact that the human meat shield gave a cooking bonus was really something, but he didn't pay it much mind. He did get a drop of blood from both Sedina and Keel, but only Keel's blood gave him anything, that being the slave user shield 3. He'd reached the level for the second shield, but the third was still grayed out. The next shield he would work on was the monster user shield 2, as he already unlocked the first one during the night. Despite not knowing what level was required for the shield, it took much less time to unlock than the slave user shield would. In fact, he had switched to the monster user shield 2 throughout the previous day whenever Jojo or Dio were about to gain a level, as well as the slave user shield 2 for Keel. He figured doing this would be pretty efficient in the short term while he worked on other shields, though it did appear the maturation bonuses affected XP gains. It all depended on how the whip power-up method worked, but there would be time for that later. The Philolials had grown quite a bit during the night, just shorter than Dante come morning. With their newfound size and strength, they could aid in the monster hunting, as well as carry Keel in between areas, though they were still too small for Dante and Sedina. Before they began, they went to town to check on Beluca's progress. Even with Sedina and Keel providing details about the villagers, the slave trader didn't have any new information. It wasn't entirely surprising, they may have been sold in an entirely different town and Beluca's colleague just happened to pick up Keel when they did. After that, or more accurately, Sedina sold many of the usable pelts, along with a number of the item drops from the other monsters that were basically useless. In truth, the usables never dropped items, but they would sometimes drop a few bronze coins. Dante had tried pulling those coins from his shield, mixing in a few of his own, and putting them back, but his coins only bounced off the shield's gem. With the large number of pelts, items, and a few healing potions, they made over 100 silver. In fact, Dante had sold the potions to the apothecary in town. He remembered Naofumi had good interactions with him early on, and Dante wasn't disappointed to find he had the same. Impressed with his potions and with a bit of bartering, the apothecary took a few herbs and a potion for some old equipment, though Dante would absorb them soon after for the shields. One item Dante made sure to keep was an otherwise useless piece of pipe. The pipe shield would take around 16 hours to unlock, whenever he got around to that. He'd also need to unlock the blue egg shield he got for the appraisal bonus, but using the bow's power to give a point to that skill would suffice for now. He also remembered to absorb a potion and a few of the other blue mush shield recipe items for the shields they would reveal. Something Dante had noticed when entering and exiting the city was the guards at the gate sneering at him. He supposed they finally got around to learning his face. He made sure not to be seen with Sedina and the others there, making it look like he came and went alone, though that would only work for so long. Finished with their business in town, they'd set out for more grinding in the forests. With a number of levels under their belts, Keel, Dio, and Jojo were able to do more of the fighting, with Sedina observing and Dante running interference when needed. They slayed a number of balloons, eggugs, and Usapils on their way to Loot Village. They even killed a few giant frogs near some swamps. Of course, one issue they encountered persisted throughout a number of the fights. "Dio, don't chase that!" Dante yelled to the Filolial. Compared to Jojo, who was more content to stay in the group, Dio preferred charging into battle. Most of the enemies were weak, so it wasn't too dangerous, but the bird's current target had one problem. "Those quills are sharp, don't attack it from behind." The porcupine took advantage of Dio's recklessness. After surviving the initial kick, the porcupine started to run away from the bird, keeping its protective quills towards its target. "I think you might need to use the monster seal again, little Dante." Sedina watched as Dio tried and failed to catch the monster. "Yeah, I think you're right." Dante shifted his shield to the pipe shield. "Dio, I order you to stop." When the bird refused, it was shocked from the seal and fell to the ground. "Gway!" The porcupine saw this and decided it was time to go on the offensive. Of course, that wasn't going to work. Shield prison. As the porcupine was surrounded by the glowing shields, Dante released Dio from the seal. "When I say, attack the monster from the front," he told the Filolial. The bird stared at the ball of shields, ready to pounce. "Now!" In an instant, the shield prison dissipated and Dio lunged at the porcupine, sinking its claw into its head. An XP notification confirmed the kill. "Gway!" With a proud look, Dio stood on the porcupine in victory. "All right, enough of that. Come here." Dante pointed at the ground in front of him. Dio trotted over and bumped heads with Dante, nuzzling into him. Dante pulled the Filolial back and looked into its eyes. "You need to follow instructions better," he said. "If I need to use the seal on you during combat, it could be very dangerous. Got it? Gway." Dio looked at him with wide, pleading eyes. Dante closed his eyes as he continued. "This is important. If you do something dangerous and I'm not ready to defend you, you could get seriously hurt." He looked back at the Filolial, his heart melting at the display. "All right? Gway." Dio nodded and began to nuzzle him again. Dante scratched the bird's neck in return. "I swear, I think all shield heroes really like animals," he said, moving his hands to the wings. "Animals?" Keel asked. After a bit of hunting, he was able to calm down from this morning. He finished wiping off his blade when he came back over. "Monsters," Dante clarified. "I'm more a fan of cute and fuzzy, but fluffy birds are good too." "But what does that have to do with being the shield hero?" Keel wasn't really getting it. Of course, Dante hadn't mentioned anything about the books to Keel, much less the shield hero of the past. He had even less of an idea on how Keel would react to it all, though it would probably be more negative. "Well," he started, "the shield heroes tend to favor demi-humans, correct? And demi-humans have monster-like qualities, like their ears and tails, not to mention therianthropes. It wouldn't be a stretch to say that's part of the initial reason. Hell, I always enjoyed the company of animals more than most people. Within a minute, a dog could come up to you and let you scratch its head and rub its belly." Keel seemed to think over his words for a moment. "So, when we first met, you wanted to pet me?" he asked, his expression wary. Dante looked at him for a bit. "Well, the thought did pass through my head, but I figured it would be a little weird." He gave a shrug. "Although, if you want me to." "No!" Keel held his ears on top of his head protectively. "Then, no, I won't pet you. He returned his attention to Dio. I'll just have to content myself with the Filolial boys here, at least for now. Ha! But Dio's a girl, Keel said. Ha! That was news to Dante. To be fair, he didn't check Dot again. How do you know? You see how the feathers on her chest point differently than on Jojo? Dante looked at where Keel was pointing. Dot no? Well, that's how you tell. Keel looked up in realization. Wait, are you bad at telling if someone is a boy or a girl? Is that why you thought I was a girl before? That's not okay. It was honestly easier than explaining the book thing. Gway. Dio didn't seem to mind the confusion, more than happy with the petting. We should probably stop for the day, Sedina pointed out. The sun was starting to get close to the horizon, and they did make some good gains already. Yeah, that sounds good, Dante agreed. Loot Village isn't far from here. Let's stay there for the night and travel back to Castle Town early in the morning. Belucas should have Raphtalia and, possibly, Rifana by then. Within 40 minutes, the group made it to the village, after a quick stop by the river to bathe. Monster killing was sweaty and bloody work. With some bronze coins spent on their entry, they made their way to a nearby inn. Dante paid for some room in the stable, dropped a few Yzipil remains for the Filolials, and went in with Sedina and Keel. Dante made sure to order a good amount of food for Keel, the first proper meal since he was enslaved. He remarked that Dante's food was almost as good as the inn's. A few more bonuses from Dante's shield would change that soon enough. Of course, Sedina also took the opportunity to order a healthy or unhealthy amount of ale. Dante could use one as well, not having a drink since the meal at the castle. When they finished, Dante went to get some rooms for them. We'll take 2 rooms for the night, he said to the innkeeper. That'll be 2 silver, the burly man replied. He didn't show any hostility to Dante, same as the guard at the village entrance. News about his supposed crimes mustn't have reached here yet. 2 rooms? Sedina asked, leaning in next to him. Wouldn't 1 be enough? I thought I should give you some privacy, plus to have enough beds. Or, if you rather, you and Keel can share a room. Nonsense. She waved him off. The bedrolls are comfy enough. Save your silver. It really wasn't that big of a deal, especially with all the monster killing they've done. But, he supposed she did drink a lot this evening. All right, 1 room it is. He gave in. They got to the room and found 2 beds inside, along with a small desk. There was more than enough room to roll out one of their bedrolls. Keel immediately dropped his pack and leapt onto the closest bed. This is the best. Ha, yeah. Enjoy it, you've earned it. Dante took off his cloak and draped it over the same bed. By the time he pulled his armor and backpack off, Keel was already snoring. Oh my. He really worked hard today. Sedina likewise removed her cloak, pack, and harpoon. It was similar to yesterday. When they took a break during the day, Keel had nearly passed out before he could eat his meal. They ended up letting him nap for almost an hour before they continued. He's not the only one. Jojo and Dio got used to fighting real quick, and you made sure they all worked together. Well, for the most part. He would need to keep a close eye on Dio. What about you? She gave him a nudge. Running around, making sure no one took a hit? Especially Keel. It's my job. Dante shrugged. Besides, I don't like seeing kids getting hurt. And you did a great job. She pointed to the bed. Oh, you can take the bed. You still do more work than any of us. Not that. She walked over to the bed and gave it a pat. Lie down, on your stomach. Okay? He did as she requested, pulling off his boots as he got on. In the next moment, he could feel her hands pressing against his shoulders. What are you doing? He asked. Giving you a massage, she said evenly. But why? Like I said, you do most of the work. If anything, I should be the one who Right there. That really hit the spot. You're really tense. Just let Big Sis here work out all your muscles. This is you really don't. The words just wouldn't come out properly. How long had it been since he really relaxed like this? Sure, he'd slept well before. Well, he wasn't going to stop this anytime soon. Minutes passed as every muscle in his body gave way to Sedina's work. Every muscle that he'd been working hard to keep his party safe was rejoicing at the massage. It felt like this could go on forever. Of course, in what seemed like no time at all, Sedina had finished. All better? She played with his hair that had splayed out on the pillow. You're the best, Sedina. Don't ever forget that, he said lazily. Oh my. You really are a charmer. She moved from the bed and extinguished the lamp in the room. Get some sleep. We have an early start tomorrow. Dante had no complaints with that. After they got done at Beluca's place, Sedina would really get into grinding. Raphtalia and Rifana could ride one or both of the Philolials as they went to rest and recover their strength. Then, Dante could start empowering them with the whips method. He wasn't sure how it would affect demi-human children, since he hadn't used it on Keel yet, but there was time enough to figure it out. The wrong hero. The flames burst from the apartment in front of Dante. Glass shattered from the sudden force, littering the ground with shards. A lone woman stood in the doorway, her face melted by the flames. You did this, she said, pointing a hateful finger at Dante. Stop it. He looked away from the woman. How could you do this? She asked, stepping out of the doorway. Stop it. He took a step back at her approach. Did you ever care at all? She demanded, standing right in front of him. I always cared. Dante shook as her gaze pierced him. Look at me, she said. Look at what you did. Dante stood frozen, tears leaking from his eyes. Look at me. With a jolt, Dante woke in his bed. His head twisted around to get his bearings. He was at the inn. He wasn't there. He was here. Dante ran his fingers through his black hair as he gazed out the window. It was still dark out, the moonlight spilling into the room. Quietly, he rose from his bed and pulled from his pack. Carefully stepping around Sedina sleeping on the floor, he slipped out the door. He made his way downstairs and out of the inn. He found the Philolials sleeping in the stables. Even in the short time they were in the village, he could see they'd grown some more. Not wanting to wake them, he leaned against the inn and lit a cigarette. He likely wasn't going back to sleep this night. The moon was strange to look at. It didn't have the patterns he was used to, and the stars were all off. He never asked if this world had an equivalent to the North Star, but he imagined it did. Still can't sleep? He snapped his head to the side to see Sedina step out of the inn. No. He replied, looking back to the moon. I was hoping the massage would help keep you asleep the whole night. She leaned against the inn with him. This will be the third night in a row you woke up like that. Third? Hadn't they only been out like this for 2? At the inn near the castle. I rented the room next to yours. She answered. I heard you wake up and talk to yourself a little, though I couldn't make out what you said. Ah, that did make sense, now that he thought about it. She did mention she saw someone go out of his room before. She turned to face him. Do you want to talk about it? It might help you sleep. Dante played with his cigarette in his hand. With what he used the past 2 days, and losing one to a balloon that snuck up on them, he had one left in his pack. You don't have to. She clarified, reading his hesitation. But I'm here to listen if you want. Dante didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to think about it. But Sedina was placing her trust in him. He should try and do the same. I made a mistake. He started, letting his arms hang from his sides. A series of mistakes. And because of that, I lost. I see. She looked up at the moon with him. It's not easy going on when the people you love die. Sometimes, I almost wish I didn't have to. But I need to. There's still someone that needs my help. That's how I go on. He didn't want to go on. Not really. But he had to. For his wish. For a chance. That's all he had, really. A chance at a wish. For all he knew, the shield couldn't or wouldn't grant it, but he had nothing else to go on other than that odd bit of information he could remember from the books. So, he would go on. Until or unless the shield couldn't grant his wish, he would fight for this world. And if he found that the shield couldn't grant his wish, well, they could always summon new heroes. The wrong hero. After assuring Sedina he would be fine for the night, she returned to the room. Before the sun could fully rise, they had their breakfast and made for the castle town. The Philolials were now able to carry them, making their trip that much faster. They did the same as before, with Dante going in separate from them, much to the Philolials' displeasure. He made his way to Belukka's tent while Sedina and Keel sold some of the pelts and items they had from yesterday. It would have been nice for the kids to see Sedina first, but they wanted to move out as soon as they could. They probably wouldn't be spending too much time in the city from then on anyway. However, once Dante met with Belukka's, he was told something he was not expecting. I'm sorry, Sir Hero, it seems Lord ReUPLOADED doesn't wish to sell. Huh? That couldn't be right. What do you mean? I'm afraid it's as I said. Lord ReUPLOADED has no interest in selling his slaves, yes sir. This definitely wasn't right. Idol was a sadist who enjoyed breaking slaves and selling them off. Was there something he was missing? Some detail he overlooked? Ah. Dante remembered. He's renting them, right? That's why he won't sell. Renting, sir? Belukka's clearly didn't understand. Yeah. He rents slaves, tortures them, then returns them to whatever slave dealer he got them from. We just need to find Dash. Forgive me, Sir Hero, but that practice has been made illegal some time ago. Belukka's interrupted. He shook his head as he continued. Any slave merchant caught knowingly renting slaves for such a purpose would be lucky to only lose their product, if not their freedom. Dante was lost. Wasn't that why Idol took in slaves? Why else would he? Did your man not offer him enough? What price did he give? He needed to get to the bottom of this. I wasn't sure how much you were willing to pay, so I had set a limit of 200 silver for each. Even then, if Lord ReUPLOADED was still unwilling, my man would bring back the price he would accept for your approval, yes sir. 400? Idol still refused 4 gold coins for 2 children? I don't believe that. There must have been some mistake. Another thing, Sir Hero. Belukka's continued. I fear you may be misinformed about the man. What do you mean? Clearly he was, if even this amount wasn't enough. While making inquiries, I happened to make mention of Lord ReUPLOADED. He did indeed buy the children you were looking for, as well as number of other slaves. But a rather concerning rumor has been spread about the man. As it turns out, Lord ReUPLOADED usually buys a number of slaves from different dealers, and he never sells any slaves back. That made Dante's heart drop. You mean? It would appear that Lord ReUPLOADED kills the slaves he buys. I.C. Ah, Sir Shield Hero? Belukas called after him as he walked from the tent. Dante's thoughts swam in his head. If Idol was killing his slaves, did that mean the girls were dead? No, Belukas would have said as much. He doubted the pompous lord would have talked with the slave trader's man long enough to reach that price if they were gone. The real question was, what would he do now? Paying a large price was one thing, but to try and rescue the girls? It would be incredibly difficult, if not suicidal. They were as good as dead. Which meant... Ah, Dante. Sedina greeted him. He'd somehow made his way to the market area. Where's Raphtalia? Dante looked her in the eyes. What could he say to her? To give up? She would never. Should he lie? She would see through it. No, the smartest course would be to tell her what he knew, then dissolve their partnership. She would run off to try and rescue Raphtalia, only to be killed. It wasn't something he wanted, but what other choice was there? Dante? She prodded, concern growing on her face. Yes, that would be the best option. She would likely demand Keel, and she could have him. He could make do with Dio and Jojo. He didn't want to see children being hurt or killed, but that wasn't his responsibility. He had his own goals. He had his own wants. He didn't owe them anything. It was a choice between Sedina and possibly Keel dying, and all of them dying. It was a simple decision. Dante, answer me. Where's Raphtalia? Panic started to leak into her voice. But could he accept this? Would he hate himself? Would he be able to look himself in the mirror? And, if he got his wish, would he be hated? I was wrong. Dante broke his silence. Raphtalia and Rafana's lives are in danger. We need to save them. Having a conscience was a bitch. Notes. Wise man say, you can't have a conscience in the pimp game. Dante isn't a fool. He knows Idol is strong, but damn if he can't help himself. Now all he needs to do is come up with a plan to save the girls and not get killed. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Leave a review and tell me what you think. What? Sedina stared at Dante. What do you mean? What happened? There was no easy way to explain this. Idol ReUPLOADED, the man who has Raphtalia and Rafana. I thought he only tortured his slaves, but it seems he kills them too. What did you? Keel looked up at him, shocked. He what? Sedina grabbed Dante by the collar of his chainmail. He's been torturing Raphtalia? And you knew this? Sedina. Dante looked around him. Some people were starting to take notice of them. She pulled him by the arm into a nearby alley, Keel and the Philolials quickly following after. Once there, she pushed him against a wall. Why didn't you tell me? Her hands were gripping tightly to his armor. Gway! The Philolials squawked and moved closer, but Dante waved them back. If I had told you, would you have waited? He asked. You had no right to keep this from me. She yelled in his face. Yeah, I did. Dante said back to her. If I had told you, you would have run off to get them right away and gotten yourself killed. Remember when I asked you what your level was? I knew there was no way you could have taken on Idol, let alone break into his mansion and get past all his knights. If you were as high a level as I thought you'd be, I would have done things differently. Sedina pushed him harder into the wall. Are you saying it's my fault? No. This wasn't going anywhere. Look, the point is, you were too weak, and I definitely was. But now you have allies to help you, and one of them is a hero. We can do something about this now. She continued to glare at Dante. I could have hired mercenaries. There are demi-human adventurers here. Yeah, some. But with what money? I know you have some reserves hidden away. He didn't want to mention her secret base out loud, but who's to say those adventurers would have been strong enough? Or, hell, even loyal enough to take on a Lord of Melromark? You. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Dante gently placed a hand on her arm. Look, you want to hate me? You don't want to trust me? That's fine, that's fair. But right now, those girls need our help. Let's all calm down and come up with a plan. We can figure out what happens between us after. Sedina held him in place for a moment before releasing him, turning to wipe the tears from her face. Jojo and Dio nuzzled up against Dante as Keel tried to console Sedina. The orca woman took a deep breath before facing him again. So, what ideas do you have? Hardly any. Dante responded, dragging his hand through his hair. Okay, we can try sneaking in and smuggling them out, but if Idol notices, he could activate their seals and kill them. We'll need something to remove the curse marks. That slave trader should have something, Sedina said, looking in the direction of the circus tent. Some demi-humans that buy their friend's freedom get the seals removed on the spot. Okay, good, that's a start. Dante nodded along. However, if we're caught, we'll have to fight our way out. If I had to guess, your clothes are made from magic thread, yes? Sedina gave him a nod. Then we should talk to Erhart and get me some better armor. What about me? Keel asked, stepping forward. Absolutely not. Dante squashed that idea immediately. What? Keel yelled. Why not? You're a child. There's no way we're taking you in there. Dante held up a hand to stop him from speaking up. I know you're growing, but you don't have the combat experience to do this yet. This will primarily be a stealth mission, so the fewer people, the better. Keel didn't seem to like that answer, if his glare was any indication, but he didn't speak out again. Good. Then wait. Dante had another idea. There was something else he could do, some other resource he had that would otherwise be inaccessible. A crystal ball. I could get one and learn a spell to aid us. Sedina, which do you think would be better? Armor or a spell? Sedina held a hand to her chin, pacing back and forth in the alley. It would depend on your affinities. Do you have healing or support magic? Probably both, he said. He was the shield hero, after all. We can confirm that first before we go to Erhart's. Let's go then. Sedina started towards the slaver, Dante and the others following behind her quickened pace. They made it back to Beluka's tent in short order, moving through the flaps. Ah, back so soon, Sir Hero? You left rather dash. We need slave seal remover, Dante said, cutting off the slave dealer. To what end? The slave dealer asked. I would think that's pretty apparent, don't you? Beluka's smile faltered as he continued. I'm afraid what you're asking for is illegal. If I were to provide you with the remover, knowing what you intend to do with it, well. He let the sentence trail off, implying what the consequences were. While certainly not death, it was probably severe enough in this human supremacist country. Sedina pulled her harpoon from her back and approached the man. Dante stepped in front of her before she got too close. Our intentions, he quickly said, are to prevent another crime from being committed. To keep slaves from being tortured and murdered. Surely that is no crime, right? It was really a stretch, one that Belucas didn't seem to accept. Dante had another thought that was fairly low risk. If anyone questions you, tell them you were threatened by the shield hero. I'm sure that will gain you some sympathy here, and it's not far from the truth. Dante didn't want to be making threats to the man who was helping to retrieve the other villagers, and he was sure Sedina didn't want to mess that up either. Honestly, they were low on options. They might have been able to find a more willing slave peddler, or tried the church for holy water, but that would either take too much time or was far too unlikely to work. I see. Belucas tapped his fingers on his cane. Well, I suppose I don't have much choice. He pointed his cane towards a crate sitting off to the side. But I can't very well sell you any vials of that remover over there. It's too bad, since I would be making 50 silver per dose. Yeah, that is too bad. Dante said as he walked over to the crate. He slid the top over and pulled out 2 of said vial. After he closed the lid, he reached into his pack and pulled out the gold coin he had, leaving it on the cover. Well then, is there anything else I might be able to assist you with, good sir? Belucas asked, his smile back on his face. Yeah. Dante pulled out his map for the man. I need a few locations marked on here. Once they updated the map, they left the slave tent. The next stop was the magic shop. Dante remembered it was somewhat close to Erhardt's place, so they headed in that direction. Sedina pointed out the shop and both she and Dante entered, having Keel wait just outside with Jojo and Dio. Welcome. The old lady in the shop greeted. She wore what could easily be described as a witch's outfit, hat and all. How may I help you today? I'm looking for a crystal ball. Do you have any in stock? Dante asked, noting the various tomes and apparatuses lining the shelves. Oh, I'm sorry, dearie, but I'm all out. The old lady shook her head. The king ordered a shipment for the heroes over a week ago. But, wait, aren't you the shield hero? Well, that sucks. I was hoping the order didn't happen until later, but that's that. Oh. What about the one on your table there? He gestured to the crystal ball set in a holder. How much for that? I'm sorry, but I can't sell you that. I use that for my business. Dante figured they might be able to threaten her, but if she called for the guards, that would put a stop to their rescue real quick. Plus, he knew she was a decent person. How much does a crystal ball go for normally? Well, it depends on where they're sold. She hummed in thought. I would normally sell them for 300 silver. That was cheaper than Dante expected. Though, if learning from a crystal ball wasn't as beneficial if he remembered right, then it wasn't too out of the question. Possibly, it's to do what he's basically doing now, having at least one spell in his arsenal to make use of his otherwise pointless MP. Then, how about 400? He asked. It's an emergency. I'm sorry, but even then, I can't dash. 5. Dante went higher. That would basically eat up their entire savings. 5. Dearie, what could be so urgent that dash? 500, plus another 100 later. I don't have much as collateral, but dash. Dearie, please wait. The old lady held up her hand. She cast a worried look at him. Is it really that important to pay double what the normal price would be? Very. He said simply. The old witch let out a breath and shook her head. Well, you seem like the honest sort, despite what's been said about you. He glanced at her crystal ball before she continued. I suppose I could order another and go without for a little while. She turned back to the shield hero. For 100 silver, and I'll give you an affinity reading too, to let you know what you might get. Thank you. Dante pulled off his pack and began counting the silver with Sedina. You have no idea what this means to me. Once they had the silver counted, Dante placed it in another bag and set it on the table. The old woman beckoned him closer and had him place his hand on the crystal ball. The colors in the crystal swirled. The old woman gazed into the ball. It seems you have affinity for support and fire magic. Fire? That was unexpected. Not healing? Are you certain? Quite. She responded, looking up at him. That wasn't ideal. Not for right now, or the future. There are healing spells with a fire affinity, correct? Well, yes, but, she gestured to the crystal ball, the spells contained in a crystal ball tend to be at the Faust level, and fire healing spells are at least Swait, right? Dante asked, and the witch confirmed. Very well. Now then, hold the crystal ball and feel the intent to absorb the spell within. The witch instructed. Dante did as she said, trying to feel the magic. It was a strange sensation, like learning about a limb he never had before. After a few moments, the crystal shattered and the spell appeared in his mind. Spell acquired, Faust Guard. Perfect! While a healing spell would have been good, it could be compensated for with healing potions. The defensive spell could help not only him, but Sedina as well. Thank you for your help, Dante said with a slight bow. You have no idea how much I appreciate this. You're very welcome, dearie. The witch replied, a slight frown on her face. Whatever you plan on doing, I hope you'll be careful. Yeah, me too, he said before they left the shop. Once back on the main street, they had only one more stop before they left for the girls. They needed to visit the blacksmith. With not a lot of funds left, Dante wasn't going to bother, but he thought to at least thank the old man for his help. Wait a minute, her heart used to be an adventurer. A really high-level one at that. Maybe we can recruit him. Once inside the smithy, they quickly approached the counter. Hey, Shield Kid. What's dash? Erhart, I want to hire you. Dante got straight to it. Sure. What kind of armor are you looking to have made? If you dash. No, not that. Dante interrupted. I want to hire you as an adventurer. Adventurer? Erhart scratched his head. Kid, I've retired from adventuring. I know, but this is important. It's about freeing some slaves. Dante went on, pulling out his sack of coins. I don't have much right now, Dash. Hold on. Erhart held up his hands. But I can pay you about 100 silver up front. If you give us a few weeks, Dash. Kid, wait a second. The blacksmith tried to get word in. We can get you a dozen times that. The noble idol Rubier has some kids that Dash. Kid. Dante looked up at the man, stopping his rant. Just wait a moment. What's this about? Ah. Right, some villagers don't wait. Dante looked over at Sedina and gave her a wink. He really should have thought of that before. She gave him a nod and he continued. Some of the villagers from Luralona are being held by the noble idol Rubier. The man tortures and kills his slaves. We need your help to rescue them. Erhart put his hand on his head and sighed. Kid.do you realize what you're asking me? I'm asking you to help free some slaves. Dante responded. You're asking me to help you steal from a lord of Melromark, and a powerful one at that. But you're very high level, right? Unless, of course, that also is different from what he thought. I am, but that's not the point. Erhardt shook his head. Look, helping you out is one thing, but to do this? I can't be involved. That's yeah. Dante stopped to actually think about what he was asking. Sure, selling to the shield demon might not look incredibly good, but Erhardt was running a business, and refusing to sell to a hero would be its own sort of bad. But this was stealing from a lord, possibly fighting one if things went bad. You're right. I'm sorry. This is far too much to ask of you. Dante relented. He'd only been getting favors from him so far and hadn't given anything back in return, minus some business. I'm really sorry. Erhardt continued. I can sell you some weapons and armor, but that's all I can do. You've done plenty. Dante waved him off. Actually, there is one other thing you can do. What's that? The blacksmith asked. You have a shield in the back made from a meteorite, I believe? Can I see it for a moment? Dante almost forgot about that too. If he could copy and wield that, things would turn in their favor should a fight break out. Yeah, I have something like that. More of your hero book knowledge? He called back as he went into the back of his shop. More or less, Dante said. The blacksmith brought back a somehow rough and glossy-looking shield. If he didn't know better, Dante would have said it was some kind of iron shield. Erhardt handed it to him, and his weapon copy activated. Siderite shield, LV locked, abilities locked, equip bonus, skill shooting star shield. Damn. I hoped I'd be high enough level, but it was a long shot. Thanks, he said, handing the shield back to Erhardt. Sure. Erhardt placed the shield on the ground behind the counter. What did you want to see it for anyway? I'll tell you when we get back, Dante said. If we get back, that is. I'll be looking forward to it, Erhardt said somberly. He knew what they were about to do was probably incredibly dangerous. Oh, one last thing. Dante rummaged through his coin purse and pulled out a pile of silver and slid it over to the blacksmith. What's this for? He asked, confused. It's for you, Dante said, stowing the rest of his coins again. I see that, but what's it for? He asked again. For everything you've done for us until now, Dante said as he turned from the counter. Sedina followed after him. Kid, you make it sound like you're Dash. We'll see you in a few days. Dante waved behind him as he left, ignoring what the blacksmith was about to say. He already knew it, he just didn't want to hear it out loud. With that done, they mounted the Philolials, Dante on Dio, Sedina and Keel on Jojo. They passed the city gate, ignoring the look the guards gave them as they passed, and started making their way west. They had a job to do. The wrong hero. Several hours had passed on their ride. Dante spent the majority of the time cycling through his shields, comparing all their stats to one another, both locked and unlocked. He found he had the option to improve any shield he had the level to use. It was only a question of which one. Most of the shields he revealed at Erhardt's were good, some even a contender for the one to boost for the possible fight. However, despite other recently available shields having a few stats higher, and one even having all stats higher, Dante ended up choosing the reinforced iron shield. He had two major reasons for this. First was the sword's rarity increasing ability. One of the first things he did was reset the mastery levels the energy gathered from wielding the shields, again due to the sword, and looked at the costs for all the shields. He didn't gain much, considering he only kept shields equipped long enough to unlock them. However, the reinforced iron shield was the second strongest shield he could upgrade. The second was the spear's smelting ability. The only ore he had plenty of was iron, which the reinforced iron shield used. He did get a silver from the porcupine and 2 copper from the giant frogs, but that wasn't enough to upgrade any good shields. It seemed multiple ore was required for smelting. With what he had available, the reinforced iron shield was his best option. With a 95% success rate, he confirmed his choice for upgrading rarity. Success. Rarity increased. Next, he'd smelt the shield. The first bonus had a 90% success rate. Success. Shield refined. He looked at the cost and odds to smelt again. The ore requirement was twice as much as the +1, and the rate dropped to 80%. Failure. Shield smelting reset. Damn it! Seriously? He tried again, spending the ore required. This time, he was able to get it to +2. When he looked at the cost, he simply shook his head. It seems the ore cost increases linearly with the smelting level, but the success rate dropped down to 65%. If this fails, I won't have enough ore to get it back up to +2. This will have to do. Then again, he did have the projectile's ability to help with the chance. He looked to that power, and yeah, not even close to enough money. If he hadn't given the silver to Erhardt, he might have considered it, but the chance wouldn't have increased that much. All that was left was using monster souls for stat boosts and abilities in the shield, and equip somewhere into the slots. There weren't any relevant special powers the souls could give the shield, but he did use a Musipil soul to slightly increase his agility. He dumped the rest of his ore into the equip slots. For this shield, each iron gave a slight bonus to his defense, the silver a small magic boost, and the copper a slight agility boost. He had his weapon ready. Reinforced iron shield +2, 920, UC, abilities locked, equip bonus, defense bonus, medium, skill, cleave bash status enhancement agility up, tiny. These bonuses are decent. I was hoping for more. Much more. Based on my stat growth per level, my defense with this shield is looking to be around level 33. He took a look at everyone's levels, and recalling Sedina's. Dante, LV22 Sedina, LV31 Keel, LV18 Dio, LV19 Jojo, LV18. A 50% bonus was nothing to scoff at, but with what they were walking into, Dante wanted more. He still had the axe power up, since he hadn't fiddled with it since he arrived. The cooldown was off, but that only freed up the points he had at level 1. He put half into his defense, a quarter into agility, and another quarter into magic. Moving around the pieces in the weird puzzle, he got bonuses he was satisfied with. Okay, now I'm around level 38 for defense. This is close to Naofumi's level, but he still had dozens of shields unlocked, with quite a number of them increasing defense, if I'm not mistaken. He also had much better armor, plus the stats of whatever shield he used, and was much more used to fighting with this world's rules. But I still have more I can use. With the gauntlet's power, he spent points to upgrade Airstrike Shield. There didn't seem to be a hard limit on how much he could power up a skill, aside from the maximum level of X, but it seemed increasing a skill beyond the tens number of his level increased the cost dramatically. He was able to increase it to 4, but if he wanted to increase Shield Prison to that point when he unlocked it, he would need to gain another level. With the staff, he put every point into Faust Guard. Again, another level was needed to increase it to V. For the claw, the moment the rope shield was available, he had been using Airstrike Shield as often as his SP regeneration would allow. Currently, the proficiency was at 40%. That was good, he guessed, as it did reduce the cooldown and SP cost a little, but he hadn't noticed any other effects yet. Hopefully, it also made it stronger. He was doing the same for Faustguard, so far with a proficiency of 5%. He was glad the claw worked for magic as well. There was no point using the hammer's power, as most of his shields didn't have an equip effect. The same could be said for the carriage, as the bonuses it provided were more for different monsters, plus a small increase in bronze coin drops. This is acceptable. I'm not going to look for a fight with the man, but I think we stand a half-decent chance if it comes to it. The only other way to quickly gain power was through one of the curse series. Dante wasn't dumb enough to willingly do that, though. Wrath was the most likely one he could unlock, but he would be just as likely to kill his allies as his enemies with that, not to mention everyone in the area. Sedina was strong, but only a few of her levels came with Dante's hero bonuses, and none with the Slave User series. Her years of experience would definitely play a big role. Dio and Jojo might be strong enough to assist. Half of Philo's level, and with no accessories, they were at a big disadvantage. Keel was right out for a variety of reasons, the biggest one being he was still a child. With no maturation bonus, and no special lineage, he looked to be about 12 years old. As far as shield equip bonuses, Dante was working on the pipe shield, with the next giving the biggest defense bonus he had time for. At their current rate, they would make it there by tomorrow evening. By this time, however, the Philolials were starting to slow. They knew the urgency, and had pushed themselves for nearly 3 hours straight, but they desperately needed a break. Sedina! Dante called to the woman ahead of him. Let's stop by the next stream we see. No! We need to keep going. She returned, not looking back. He understood her desire, but that wasn't going to happen. The Philolials need rest. They're slowing down. They'll be fine. Okay, this is ridiculous. In a few minutes, Dante spotted a small river. He spurred Dio to catch up with Jojo. Jojo, stop at the river, he said to the bird. No! Jojo, keep going, Sedina replied. Jojo, however, obeyed Dante's order and went to the river. He dumped his head into the water and drank greedily. Dio followed suit immediately. Damn it! Sedina yelled as she jumped off Jojo. Dante, what are you doing? I could ask you the same thing. He stood next to Dio, meeting Sedina's gaze. We need to get to Raphtalia. She was right in his face, hers twisted in rage. I know, but we won't get there any faster if Dio and Jojo collapse from exhaustion. Dante calmly replied. He knew Sedina understood this, but she wasn't thinking straight even hours after learning about Raphtalia and Rifana. If you won't help, then I'll keep going without you. Come on, Keel. She walked past Dante. Keel, stay. I'll order it if I must, Dante told the dog boy before he could move. Sedina spun on her heel and drew her harpoon. Don't make me kill you, Dante. You'll kill me? Dante raised his hands and faced her. The only one here able to help you? Keel is a child and the Philolials follow me. What are you going to do by yourself when you get there? I'll save Raphtalia. I'll do whatever it takes. She pointed the harpoon at his throat. You'll die. Alone. With Keel, if you bring him along. Then I'll die alone. She turned again and continued west. Damn it, Sedina. Think about it for 1 minute. Dante yelled, losing his patience. Once Dio and Jojo have rested, we'll start again. We'll pass you on the way anyway, so you might as well wait. Better yet, go hunting for a bit. Why? She stopped and looked over her shoulder. To gain you more levels? Is that all I am to you? Someone to make you stronger? For fuck's sake, Sedina, I'm helping you here. He knew she cared deeply for Raphtalia, willing to die for her, but this was just stupid. Every level we gain makes it more likely for us to survive whatever is waiting for us, and, therefore, saving the kids. She turned to fully face him. And what if Raphtalia is already dead when we get there? What will your waiting have done then? If they're dead, you can kill me. Dante yelled. It took a moment for him to realize what he said. The orca woman was similarly shocked, as she couldn't seem to form any words. Dante decided to double down. If we're too late, by a minute or by a week, you can do what you want with me, and I won't try to stop you. Dante didn't want to die, not when he still had hope for his wish. But he also didn't want to see Sedina get herself killed. And, if he couldn't even save those kids from such a fate, maybe he didn't deserve to have his wish granted. Fine. Sedina walked off, heading towards the nearby woods. Dante let out a breath and turned to the Philolials. They'd just raised their heads from the river. Were they drinking this whole time? Behind Jojo, Dante spotted Keel's shaking form. He approached the boy, noting his eyes were still on Sedina's retreating form. You okay, kid? He asked, placing a hand on his shoulder. I've never seen Sedina that mad before. He responded, easing his tremors. Yeah. Dante couldn't recall any time Sedina acted like that in the books. She always had an easygoing attitude about her. The only time she really showed any strong emotions was when Raphtalia had worn that priestess outfit. Well, there was one other time. In Motoyasa's loops, when she learned that Raphtalia was most likely dead, she basically lost the will to live and was letting her body die. But this? This pure rage? Maybe it was because she knew Raphtalia was being tortured, or because it was too close in time to learning she lost the rest of her family. Look, Keel, I'm sorry you had to see all of that. Dante said, trying to at least comfort the boy. Just let her blow off some steam on some monsters. Yeah. Keel looked up at Dante. Did you mean what you said to her? I did. He replied, giving Keel a quick pat. I'm staking my life on this. In more ways than one. After about 20 minutes, Sedina returned with a number of dead monsters. Dante absorbed them into his shield, and they continued again. They stopped several more times during the day, each break shorter, but with shorter travel times as well. Once dusk arrived, they set up camp for the night. Dante prepped the food while Sedina went out to grind some more experience. The Philolials had eaten some stored Usipil meat from Dante's shield on their breaks, with the others digging into their rations, so a good meal was in order. It turned out that meat stored in the shield would decay and rot, but at a slower rate. He would need to keep tabs on that. By the time Sedina returned, Dante and the others had gained another level. The pipe shield was unlocked, so he upgraded Shield Prison to 4, as well as Faustguard to V. Sedina and Keel had talked while they ate, her trying to apologize for scaring him like she did. Keel seemed to understand and forgave her. Once night finally fell, Keel and the Philolials went to sleep. They ended up in a small pile centered on Keel's bedroll, but only after Dante promised the Philolials he would join them later. They were really getting attached to him. Now, it was just Sedina and Dante left awake. The flames from their fire were starting to dwindle, so Dante put some more wood on. It didn't really help the awkward air around them. Dante, Sedina said, gaining his attention. I wanted to apologize for my outburst. It's fine, I get it. He said, stoking the fire. No, it isn't. Sedina sat next to him on the log. You're helping me. Us, and I've been ungrateful. It's not like I haven't gotten anything from our arrangement. Dante folded his hands on his lap. Yes, but still. She didn't meet his eyes. It really did look like all she needed was to take her frustrations out on some unsuspecting monsters. A decent short-term fix, but not something for the long term. She needed to save Raphtalia. More than that, right now, she needed a friend. Someone who knew what she was going through. My whole world was taken from me 2 weeks before I was summoned. Dante said as he stared into the fire. Sedina finally looked over at him. When it was done, I yelled, I cried, I broke whatever was around me. At first. Then, my thoughts turned to revenge. He pushed the branches in the fire around. I knew who was responsible, so I took my revenge. It didn't take long, and it wasn't hard, but it wasn't enough. I then turned my attention to the people in their group, who all had their own sins. After that, I went after anyone I could that had any connection to them at all. The flames danced as they consumed more of the kindling. Of all the people I killed in my spree, maybe half of them deserved it. Some of them deserved imprisonment, and the others. He turned to Sedina and looked her in the eyes. But I didn't care. Not then, and not at my death, before being summoned. My only regret was losing what I loved, and the choices that directly led to it, nothing more. Dante placed his hand on Sedina's, making sure to hold her gaze. I know what it's like to lose yourself in grief and rage. To lose everything you hold dear. But, please, if nothing else, don't become like me. He gave a slight shrug. If we are too late, there are things to do before you kill me. We have a list of people responsible. We can take care of them, and only them. We can raise Keel's level and prepare him to face the world. Whatever you want. Sedina looked into his eyes. There were no lies to be found there, that much Dante was certain of. She turned her head to the side and let out a small laugh. My, this turned into a real serious conversation, didn't it? Dante gave a soft laugh of his own. I definitely prefer seeing you like this. Just don't feel like you need to force it. He stood from his seat on the log and walked over to the foliolials. I'm sure I'll wake up in a few hours. I'll take over then. You're a good man, Dante. Sedina said as she stood. You're helping us, after all. No, not good. Not for a long time now. Nonsense. Sedina gave another laugh. You know what I used to be, and you think I'm good for who I am now. Dante shook his head. You were forced to do what you did. Me? I always had a choice. Dante laid down against Dio, her wing instinctively covering him. The wrong hero. After another unrestful sleep, Dante took watch as Sedina slept. In the morning, they quickly ate and started again. Hours seemed to pass more slowly as they approached their destination. There wasn't much to say on their travels, so they mostly passed it in silence. Dante had his shield continue to produce healing potions, plus some medicine and nutritional pills for when they rescued the girls. There was no telling what state they would be in. By late afternoon, they arrived. A few plots of farmland greeted them with a small mansion sitting in the background. Demi-humans worked the fields, some chatting with one another as they worked. They continued down the road until they reached the mansion. A pair of human guards stood at the door, but no particularly heavy defenses. One of the guards approached as they dismounted their foliolials, now in their foliolial queen and king forms. What business do you have here, sir? The guard asked. He carried himself with authority, but not overly so. I need to speak with Lord ReUPLOADED. Dante said to the guard. It's about some demi-human slaves that are in need of help. The guard exchanged looks with his companion. The second guard opened the door to the mansion and went in. Wait here. The first guard said, returning to his post. In a few short minutes, the doors to the mansion opened again. A kindly-looking man with dark blue hair and small spectacles came out, followed closely by another. His follower was a rabid demi-human woman. Dante quickly noted that her left ear was missing, along with her right forearm. She wore a simple piece of breastplate and had a short sword strapped to her right hip. She was slightly taller than ReUPLOADED, but both shorter than Dante. Greetings. ReUPLOADED said with a small smile. I understand you're looking for help? We are, Dante said, casting a glance at Sedina. We know of a few demi-human slaves who are being tortured and are likely to be killed. Ah. ReUPLOADED's smile instantly faded. Perhaps we should discuss this inside. They followed the man and his bodyguard inside, though she made sure to keep herself between them. Dante tried to keep the Philolials outside, but they were fairly insistent in going with him. ReUPLOADED waved it off and they were allowed in. Once in the dining area, ReUPLOADED took a seat at the head of the table. He gestured for the others to sit as well. Dio and Jojo stood behind Dante and the rabbit woman behind ReUPLOADED. So, ReUPLOADED began, I believe I know what you're referring to. That's not as comforting to hear as you may think, Dante said. At least they all seem to be on the same page. I was under the impression such things were made illegal here. For you to know about it. ReUPLOADED nodded solemnly. Lord Idle Rubbier. He was known for his cruelty to demi-humans after the war. About 10 years ago, the Queen passed a law prohibiting the torture of demi-human slaves. Of course, not everyone agreed with this, given the nature of the war. This type of hatred runs deep. Who knows how many loved ones were lost in that war? Has the Queen not cracked down on this since then? Dante asked. Of course, he knew the Queen wasn't all-powerful, but even she should have been able to do something with her shadow network. She has. ReUPLOADED confirmed. Unfortunately, like I said, not everyone agrees with her edict. That includes some officials who investigate claims of torture. Bureaucracy at its finest. Some things never change, no matter the world. Well, that doesn't really matter right now. Dante moved past that point. What we need is a way into Idle's mansion to rescue a few slaves he has. I see. ReUPLOADED nodded with a frown. However, I cannot be involved in this sort of thing. My own position in this country has taken a hit recently, so aiding you in this is impossible. There's nothing you can do? Sedina asked. I'm sorry to say, I cannot help you. The noble stood from his seat. Now, I believe I shall take a walk around my estate. Please, rest for a moment with my companion. He calmly walked through the door to the dining area, closing it behind him. All eyes turned to the rabbit woman in the room. What do you plan on doing with that bastard? She asked as she sat down. She clenched her fist on the table as she glared at them. Dante and Sedina exchanged a look before he spoke. Ideally, kill him. Realistically, avoid him and rescue our friends. The rabbit woman hummed. And how do you plan on doing that? We were hoping for some help in that regard. Dante gestured to his group. We don't have many with us, so fighting our way through isn't really an option. If we had a way to draw guards away from the mansion, it would be a good start. That was partly what allowed Naofumi's group to get in. The guards were distracted by a riot, and Philo was able to jump across rooftops. Jojo and Dio were becoming stronger, but they weren't there yet. I have something for that. The rabbit woman nodded. The forests in the bastard's lands. They're one of his main exports. Set fire to those, and he'll send his guards running. That was a very good start. It hit a little close to what Malty did in the books, but so be it. Of course, that would mean traffic in the town would be higher as well. She continued. That was also true. Ignoring the moving soldiers, a lot of people would be woken up from the commotion. A lot of eyes. I don't suppose you know of a way to sneak in, do you? Dante asked, hopeful. A wicked grin spread on the rabbit woman's face. As a matter of fact. As it turned out, there was a secret escape route from the mansion. It was built atop a plateau, and sometime after the war, idol used slaves to dig out a narrow passage through the ground and into the forest below. The rabbit woman drew a rough map of where the exit should be. It was on the western side of the plateau, so they would need to set fire to the eastern forests. This is incredible, Dante said, marveling at the map. How do you know about this? The rabbit woman grimaced. I was a slave of his at the time. Not one of the workers, but one for his personal pleasures. She rubbed the stump on her right arm. After it was completed, he killed all the slaves who worked on it. The ones who didn't die from exhaustion and starvation anyway. I see. Dante gave her a look. I'm sorry that happened to you. I don't suppose you'd be interested in getting a little revenge, would you? She shook her head. No. My level was reset when I became a slave, and my fighting days are long past me. Besides, I don't want to do anything to put Lord ReUPLOADED in harm's way. He's been good to me these past 10 years. Dante took a closer look at her. He hadn't noticed before, but there were a few gray streaks in her hair. Her face also had a few wrinkles on it. If he had to guess, she may have once been a soldier for ReUPLOADED. ReUPLOADED even may have been the one to free her. This much, I can do. I'll also provide some torches for your mission. She lowered her head. It's the least I can do for the shield hero. Well, it wasn't like Dante was trying to hide it. A sparkling gem in the center of his shield was a good indicator. This is plenty. Dante stood. Thank you for your help. We'll leave once night falls. Dante extended his left hand to the rabbit woman. Her eyes seemed to glow for a moment before she stood as well and grasped his hand. They shook, a small smile plain to see on her face. When he tried to pull back his hand, her grip on his stayed. Dante merely smiled and drew her into a hug. A small gasp escaped her as she wrapped her arms around him, stump and all. Yep. Definitely from ReUPLOADED. Dante stepped back from the rabbit woman. I'll need to speak to Lord ReUPLOADED again before we leave, if it's not too much trouble. Of course, Lord Sir Shield Hero. The rabbit woman quickly corrected herself and left the room to get the supplies and inform ReUPLOADED. Oh my, Sedina laughed in her seat. I didn't know you were interested in older women. Hush, you. Dante waved her off. He wouldn't lie, there was a certain attraction to women who could throw a good punch. There would be time for such things later. All right, let's get a plan together. Right. Sedina agreed. Dante took his seat again. If you and I are going in, perhaps Keel should set the fires. Yeah. Dante nodded and looked to Keel. How about it? Yeah, I can do it. Keel quickly agreed. Good. We'll travel north together and split once we're close. You'll take one of the Philolials to cover more ground and escape any pursuit. We'll take the other and have it wait outside the exit. Gway! Both Dio and Jojo squawked, clearly unhappy. Look, I'd like to take one of you with me, but you heard. He'd forgotten to ask for a name again. He really needed to get better at that. Her. The passage is narrow, and both of you changed forms recently. Besides, you'd be too easy to spot and are too identifiable if we're witnessed there. At his comment, both Philolials erupted in a puff of smoke. When it cleared, they both looked as they did the previous day. Okay, I'm glad you both can do that, but you may still not fit. Dante placed a hand to his chin. Unless, of course, either of you can shift into a smaller form. Perhaps similar to when you were chicks? Jojo and Dio looked at each other, then at Dante in deep concentration. They looked like they burst at any moment. Dio let out another plume of smoke and emerged as a chick. Jojo continued to try, only to give up when nothing happened. Gwei. Well, that's that then. Dante said as he gave Jojo a quick stroke. Jojo will go with Keel, Dio with Sedina, and I rest up. Come sundown, we'll move out. The wrong hero. Night was quickly approaching. Dante had expected it to take longer, but he supposed his potential death sped up the clock a little. Of course, before night fell, Dante had another meeting with Fiedia, the rabbit woman, after talking with ReUPLOADED. She was writing 2 letters for him, one in Melromark's language, and the other in Siltvelt's. This is all fascinating. The rabbit woman observed, looking over the contents of the letters. How did you come across this information? It's a hero thing. Dante said simply. He wanted there to be a record of some of the things to come, or potentially come. The plot of the church, the spirit tortoise, Kyo, tact, the true meaning of the waves, as far as he knew. If he died tonight, he wanted the next set of heroes to be prepared for what was to come. Hopefully, the king and church wouldn't try to summon all the heroes again. But, of course, that would be wishful thinking at best. The letters may never even reach the heroes, if the church had their way. Well, I don't know much about that, but I'm happy to help, she said as she sealed the letters, after he signed them. He considered asking ReUPLOADED to write it, but he was still a lord of Melromark. Telling him about all that directly might be a bad idea. Still, he didn't want to leave him out to dry, and Fiedia would keep him safe. Dante stored the letters in his pack. There's one more thing I need from you before we leave. Of course, Sir Shield Hero. What is it? Another letter. This one, make sure the words aren't too difficult. Dante said what he wanted written in the letter. As he dictated the words, Fiedia's smile slowly disappeared. Sir Shield Hero. She gave him a sad look. I know. It's just in case, he said as he took the 3rd letter. Well, I'll pray for your success, she said with a slight bow. Thanks. Dante could use all the help he could get. Before I leave, is there anything I can do for you? I'd rather not leave anything unfinished if I can help it. Fiedia perked up at that. Actually, Sir Shield Hero, if it's not too much trouble. She held out her hand. Dante smiled and grasped it, giving it a firm shake. He gave her a knowing look. You sure you don't want another hug? Fiedia retreated her hand. That would be incredibly improper to ask of you, Sir Shield Hero. If you say so, he said with a wave, leaving the room. He made his way out of the mansion, pulling from his pack. Once outside, he lit his last cigarette. He took a drag from it and looked up to the moon near the horizon. Yeah, still weird to look at. Hey. He looked over at Sedina as she walked over. Hey. He returned. Are you ready? She asked, noting the setting sun. No. Dante pulled in another breath of smoke before he put out the cigarette on the ground. He puffed out the smoke as he started towards where the others were waiting. Let's go. Notes. Numbers, mechanics, and more numbers. Don't worry, I don't plan on doing too much explaining with the power-up methods, but it seemed necessary for this chapter. Yeah, the power-ups can help, but they aren't a total replacement for weapon mastering and good equipment. Speaking of, I'm considering going through and changing my terminology. The books used unlock for both having the shield available to use as well as having the equip bonus be permanent. I'm thinking I could use unlock for when the shields can be used and mastered for when the bonuses become permanent. Thoughts? Trying to remember the books, I didn't have too much to go on for Sedina's personality aside from easygoing, but easily obsesses over things. Basically, what the wiki said. I figured the thought of losing the only member of her new family left would be just a tiny bit nerve-wracking. And yeah, the rubbier fight is next. I originally planned to have it this chapter, but I keep underestimating the word counts. The group traveled under the cover of night. It was a rather short ride to the point where they would break off, less than an hour, even with Dio pulling a cart. Given the condition the girls were likely to be in, ReUPLOADED offered them a small cart to carry them. Before they split off, Dante gave some last-minute instructions to Keel and Jojo. Don't stay in one area too long, and stay ahead of the flames. If anyone spots you, immediately run away. Lose any pursuers and wait at ReUPLOADED when you're finished. While the Lord couldn't aid them too directly, he at least offered a place to return to when they finished. Got it, Keel affirmed. Jojo. Dante looked at the ostrich-shaped fillolial. Listen to Keel and stay in that form. The fewer identifying marks anyone can make, the better. You can transform once you get back. Gway. Jojo gave Dante a quick bump on the head. One last thing. Dante pulled a parcel from under his armor. He and Sedina left their packs at ReUPLOADED, as they would only weigh them down with what they were about to do. If we aren't back by morning, read the note I left you. It has instructions for what to do next. Okay, Keel said, grabbing the parcel. Dante held onto it for a moment. I mean it. Don't read it until morning. I got it. Keel pulled the parcel away from him and stored it in his pack. One last thing. Dante brought his hand up to Keel's cheek. The boy's eyes widened for a moment before Dante brushed back his hair, revealing the side of his head. Ha! So, that's what it looks like. Dante gave an approving nod. How what looks like? Keel stammered out. It's not important, Dante said, ignoring his concerns. All right, get going. Truthfully, he was curious what it looked like on demi-humans, where humans would have their ears. He didn't really have any expectations, but it was interesting to see the appendage missing. Keel gave him one last look. Bring them back safe, okay? Of course, Dante said. With that, Jojo took off to the eastern forest. Do you think he'll be okay? Sedina asked as they set off for the western side of the hill. I'm sure he will. Jojo should be fast enough to outrun most anything they send after them. Sedina looked over the map Fiadia made them and directed Dio on where to go. They found a few of the landmarks indicated on the map and spotted the exit. It was covered with some strange sort of sheet that camouflaged it, making it appear the same as the cliff face surrounding it. Even with the map, it would have been hard to find without Sedina. Her echolocation made finding the hole much easier. They dismounted, pulled the cart to the side, and started moving through the narrow passage. Dio walked easily in her chick form, while Dante and Sedina went through with a few inches of room on either side. With no natural light from the moon, Dante led the way with the glow from his shield's gem. After about 20 minutes of walking, they came to a small enclosure with a metal door. The hinges were on the side, and there was enough room in the open space in front of the door to fit a little over a dozen people, if they stood shoulder to shoulder. Sedina approached the door and gave it a listen. I don't hear anyone directly on the other side, she said. Dante nodded and began casting in a quiet voice. As the source of your power, I command you. Let the true way be revealed once more. Protect my ally from attack. Faust Guard V. A light shimmered over Sedina before disappearing. With that, they should be more than able to handle any guards they come across. With his current MP and no potions to restore it, Dante didn't want to cast it more than necessary. Sedina pulled at the door, only for it to remain still. It's locked. Sedina pulled off her harpoon. It's a little early, but I might be able to break it without making too much noise. A good backup plan. Dante moved past her and pulled a pair of picks from his shield. He'd gotten them as drops from one of the giant frogs. He began to fiddle with the lock. This isn't really the time for jokes, but I kind of feel like Batman right now. Quite handy, Sedina said, observing his work. I'd like to think I'm a jack of all trades. That was one of the lessons he was always glad his father drilled into him. Be a jack of all trades, and a master of one. However, within 10 seconds of working the lock, it clicked. My skills are wasted on these medieval locks. It was either that, or the constant use of EP from his shield aided him. He tried using it with his shield skills, and they did seem stronger, but he couldn't tell by how much, and he always spent too much. He figured it was similar to driving a small nail with a sledgehammer. He could do it, but he'd be better off with a more precise method. Dante equated having EP like this with the difference between learning a spell through a crystal ball versus learning from a tome. He had it readily available, but he would need more practice and training to do it right. With the door open, the three of them stepped through, Dio perched on Dante's shoulder. No guards were positioned near them, like Sedina said. They did spot a few on the walls, the guards themselves looking over at the eastern forest. Keel must have already set some fires. They kept to the shadows as they made their way around the courtyard. The large obelisk did catch Sedina's eye, but they kept going. Dante had already warned her about it before coming in. While they were looking for a stairway underground, Sedina spotted a door with bars at eye level. No guards were around to spot them, so they approached. They glanced inside and were barely able to make out any details, but they did see it led underground a little. This must be it, Dante said, readying his picks. Wait! Sedina held out her hand. This locked, I can feel a bit of magic from it. Magic? Dante gave the lock a once-over. It didn't appear any different, but he took Sedina at her word. What does it do? I'm not sure. Some magic locks make it more difficult to pick, others will sound an alarm without the key. Damn. That was some pretty bad news. Can one with an alarm be picked without tripping it? It's possible, but difficult. So much for channeling Batman. While Dante had no doubt he could pick this lock, he imagined it took quite a bit of training to avoid the alarm. They wouldn't be able to get in, grab the girls, and get out without having to fight their way through. That was especially true if ReUPLOADED came with the remaining guards, which he likely would. There didn't seem to be any other openings to the dungeon either, not even a window. I guess we'll need the key, Dante said as he looked to the mansion. And I have a pretty good idea where it is. It seemed a fight with ReUPLOADED was inevitable. They prepared themselves for this outcome, but that didn't make the task any less daunting. Dante found a good spot to break into the mansion. It was an unlit room that seemed to be a storage space. Between him and Sedina, they were able to pull off the metal bars that acted as a window and slip in. They relied on Sedina's echolocation to find any guards as they made their way around. There were a few two-man patrols, but they were dealt with in a fairly similar way each time. Dante would grab one and keep them silent while Sedina quickly brought down the other before returning to the first. Dante absorbed the guards into his shield to keep anyone from spotting their handiwork and for the drops. They came to their first abnormality when they reached the second floor. A pair of guards were stationed in front of a strong-looking metal door. There didn't seem to be any way around them, so they had to kill them to progress. Sedina had a nice idea for that. Cheap, Dio chirped, walking around the corner they hid behind. What the? One of the guards looked over at the filial chick. How the hell did that get in here? His buddy asked. No idea. The first guard walked over, only for Dio to scurry back around the corner. "Well, get rid of it and come back," the buddy said. When the guard walked around the corner, Dante and Sedina stepped out from an open doorway. The man was bleeding from the neck and dead within seconds. "Hey, Martin, what was that?" the other one called out, his footsteps growing closer. "You better not be screwing around Agad Dash." Dante had his hand over the guard's mouth before he finished rounding the corner. Sedina's harpoon quickly found its way into his upper chest. With both guards dead and stored in Dante's shield, the three of them took a look at the metal door. Dante gave Sedina a look and she placed an ear to the door. "I don't hear anyone inside," she said. "And I think this lock has the same magic on it as the dungeon. So it's something Idol wants kept safe," Dante concluded. "It could be a vault, or possibly another torture room. Once we have the key, we should stop by on our way out. It's not like he'll be needing what's inside when we're done." From there, they didn't come across any more guards. Until, of course, they saw a pair standing outside another door on the 4th floor. This door was made of wood, like many of the others, but much more ornate. It looked as much, from what they could tell around the corner. They deployed the same strategy as before, Dio luring in a guard before Sedina killed him. The same happened to the other guard. With all the guards they killed, Dante and Dio had gained another level. He left the new points from the axe power-up alone, since he didn't want to spare the time with the puzzle. Before anything else, Dante cast Faustguard V again. He applied it to Sedina, then Dio, then himself. Another drawback of using a crystal ball was not having the all variation. He tried using some EP in the castings, but ended up depleting about half of his supply. "Are you two ready?" Dante asked. In response, Sedina transformed into her therianthrope form, with Dio assuming her philolial queen form. Both Sedina and Dante had a few healing potions attached to their hips. Dante had his reinforced iron shield out and ready. "I'll go in first and stun him, Sedina will strike after, and Dio will be on standby in case he evades or survives." "Got it." Sedina nodded. "Gway." Dio did as well. "All right." Dante faced the double doors. A quick look at the locks told him it could be opened immediately. He placed his hands on the handles and took a breath. He thrust open the doors. Dante immediately threw up his shield. The crack of a whip boomed in the hallway as Dante was thrown back, slamming into the wall behind him. He stumbled from his position, hand on leg, as he tried to remain standing. "Dante!" Sedina called out. "Humph. You have good reflexes." A voice sounded from the room. A rotund man with short blonde hair retracted the whip from his outstretched hand. Dante stepped forward on shaky legs. His arms started going numb. 85% HP? After all that preparation, he took away 15% with a hit I blocked? "How did you know we were here?" he yelled at the fat man. "Ha! You thought it would be that easy to sneak up on me?" Idol snapped the whip in his hands. "I saw my door guards' names disappear from my sight." "Damn. That's smart. I feel like all the guards should have been in a party, though." "So, who graces the halls of Lord Idol Rubier?" the man asked, a cocky grin on his face. "Doesn't matter who we are." Dante stood in front of the door, Sedina and Dio on either side of him. "You'll be dead soon anyway." "Ah." Idol twirled his mustache with his free hand. "Perhaps you are the shield devil?" Dante narrowed his eyes. "You are, aren't you?" He chuckled, shaking his head. "It truly is Providence that you are here." "Oh yeah?" Dante crept his way into the room. Sedina and Dio slid in on either side as well. The walls were lined with books and scrolls. A desk with documents spread on it stood in the corner. It appeared to be his study. "What makes you say that?" "A vision," Idol stated. "A vision from God. I saw it as clearly as I see you now. The shield devil challenged me to a duel to avenge the beasts who worship him." "God, you say?" Dante laughed. "He and I have a bit of a strained relationship. It is only natural for a devil to shun what is holy." Idol let the length of the whip fall loose behind him. "Shall we have our duel, shield devil?" "If you want to call it that." Dante pressed his feet into the ground. "We'll see which of us your God actually favors." He launched himself at Idol. The fat noble sent his whip forward, narrowly missing Dante as he jutted to the side. "Cleave bash!" Dante swung his shield at Idol, only for the man to duck beneath it. "Far too slow!" Idol slammed his boot into Dante, knocking him back. Sedina lunged her harpoon towards the man's unarmored chest. With speed that was unexpected from a man of his size, he sidestepped the thrust and shoved her, letting her momentum throw her forward. He brought back his whip again and swung it at her back. "Airstrike Shield 4. The glowing green shield intercepted the whip and immediately shattered. "What? This is insane. With all the power-up methods, that should have held out. How high is his level? How powerful is that whip?" It didn't help that Dante poured too much EP into the cleave bash, emptying his bar. The only consolation was that the airstrike shield broke the momentum of the whip, saving Sedina. In that moment, Dio jumped at Idol, claws at the ready. Idol drew his sword from his hip. He blocked the strike and sent Dio flying back. He then spun the whip around and aimed it at the Philolial. "Shield Prison 4. Encased in the prison, the whip slammed into the sphere and threw it back. It held, but the section it hit was cracked considerably. The prison could take one, maybe two more hits. Dante, however, released the skill, allowing Dio to jump back. Sedina stayed at the side, just getting her bearings back. "I expected the shield devil to put up a better fight," Idol said, repositioning himself to keep his three opponents to his front. "We're just getting warmed up." It was a complete lie. Dante already showed him all his skills, and there was no way Sedina would have time to cast one of her spells. And Dio. "Dio, stay back." Dante moved in front of the Philolial. "Protecting one of your beasts, eh? It won't change anything." Idol again sent his whip at Dante. "Cleave bash." Unable to evade in time, Dante tried deflecting the whip with his skill. It connected, straining his arm even more, but with some improvement. Down to 75% now. "We won't win a battle of attrition." Sedina came at Idol again. With his whip too far out, he had to parry with his sword. Dante ran forward to capitalize on the moment, but Idol was too quick and too skilled. Without him noticing, the whip had wrapped around Dante's leg and tripped him. Idol deflected every blow from Sedina's harpoon, backing up as the Orca woman advanced. By the time Dante had gotten back on his feet, Idol had pushed Sedina back too far. He brought his whip back and slammed it into her stomach with a shortened length, launching her at Dante. He was barely able to stop her with his whole body. She looked winded, and had a deep cut on her stomach, but she was still conscious. Before he could try feeding her a potion, Dio was already in the air. "Dio, wait, dash." Idol had already brought his whip back again. The whip head connected with Dio, sending her flying into the wall. Panic gripped Dante as he quickly brought up his status. 20% left. One beast down. Idol said, turning his attention back to the enemy of his faith. Now to finish off the devil. Shield Prison 4. Dante brought up his skill as the whip slammed into it. He quickly uncorked a potion and fed it to Sedina. "What do we do?" Sedina called out, placing a hand over her slowly healing wound. She must have known just how outmatched she was against the man. Dante didn't have time to think. Didn't have time to plan. Idol was much faster and much stronger than them. Idol was far too agile to be pinned down. His reach with that whip meant he could keep them back, and he was handy with a sword as well. They needed a distraction. The whip slammed against the sphere again, cracking it even further. They really need to keep him from using that whip. Dante lifted Sedina up. "I have an idea, a really stupid one. Break left when the prison breaks. I'll charge him, draw his attack, and prevent him from switching the whip to you or retreating. Take the opening, no matter what." Sedina gave him a worried look but nodded all the same. The third whip strike smashed open the barrier. Dante ran forwards and Sedina split off to the side. Idol was already bringing back his whip. There was far too much distance for Dante to reach him. His whip hand was just overhead. "Now! Airstrike shield 4. He let loose his skill. The whip slammed into Dante's chest. He flew through the air, slamming into the book-lined walls, knocking dozens to floor as he fell. The world spun around him. His vision blurred. His ears rang. Dante landed on the ground, vaguely looking towards Idol on his side with hazy eyes. He saw a green light. There was Sedina. There was another light, white and flickering, blinding him for a moment. His vision cleared slightly. A small grin formed on his face. Sedina held Idol up with her harpoon, his body pressed against the airstrike shield Dante erected behind the noble. He knew the skill wouldn't survive a single attack. If he used it to stop the whip, Idol would have just turned it to Sedina immediately after. So instead, he took the hit. Then, when Idol went to strike out at Sedina with his whip, he'd find it stopped by the shield behind him. Surprised, unable to bring his greatest weapon forward and with nowhere to evade, Sedina was able to run him through and pin him down. Dante saw Sedina slam the fat, slightly charred man into the ground, knocking his whip from his hand. She brought her harpoon up and thrust it down into him again and again. She didn't stop until XP flashed in Dante's vision. "Oh. I gained another level. Dante!" Sedina ran over to him. She knelt next to him and brought him up. There was a strange sensation Dante never felt before. Pulling a potion from her sash, Sedina poured it down his throat. "Up to 15%, no, 14%, it's dropping." Sedina pulled another from her sash and fed it to him. "Come on, Dante, stay with me." His vision was still slightly blurry, but he didn't feel any pain. He didn't feel anything since taking that hit. He must have been in shock. His HP went up from the potion slightly, but it kept going down. "Gwei." Dante could hear Dio, but she was barely in his peripherals. "Gwei." She shouted and ran over to him, blood dripping from her chest feathers. There was a large gash across her chest and a number of her feathers were torn off. "Dio, you're okay." His body convulsed, blood sputtering from his mouth as he coughed. "Dante, you're going to be okay. You hear me?" Sedina yelled, pulling a potion from Dante. "My HP keeps dropping." "What's happening?" He could barely get the words out. "Dante." Sedina looked to her side. Dante followed her eyes, craning his neck to see what was nearly behind him. There were chain links littering the floor, a large pool of blood underneath them. Dante found what she was looking at. There seemed to be a chunk of meat on the ground, wrapped in more closely knitted chains links. He brought his eyes back to his left side. He could see Sedina's lap, but on top of her loincloth was nothing. Dante's eyes widened. My my arm. Blood leaked from the wound on his shoulder. No, even part of that was missing. Bones were chipped and muscles were ripped. Sedina poured the potion over the wound. Dante arched his back as the wound hissed slightly. His HP went up less than when he drank it, and it continued to decline. Dante, I need to stop the bleeding, Sedina said in a sad tone. Can you reattach my arm? Can it be done? Dante asked, hopeful. Sedina shook her head. I don't have the magic to do something like that. Even if I did, your arm. Dante knew what she meant. Idol's whip was too powerful. Assuming that part of his body didn't receive some sort of curse damage, whatever was left of his arm was probably too mangled to be reattached. Then burn it. Cauterize the wound. There was plenty of kindling in the room. A bunch of torn pages and one of the candles was all that was needed. Of course, this was going to hurt like hell. Sedina set him down and went to get the fire ready. Gway! Dio was standing above him, fear plastered on her face. Gway! Gway! Dio! Dante brought his hand up. Dio instantly lowered her head into it. Dante scratched the side of her head affectionately. I need you to grab Idol's whip. Can you do that for me? Tears were in Dio's eyes as she nodded and walked around him. A few seconds later, he heard another gway, followed by a squelching noise. Dante turned his head to see Dio walking back, one of her claws coated in blood. Behind her, Idol's head had been smashed in. Heh. That's my girl. Dio brought the whip back over in her beak and set it in Dante's outstretched hand. Sedina brought back over a book, just lit a flame. Are you ready? She asked, the fire starting to take over the book. Dante nodded. Dio, hold me down. I'm going to thrash around. He placed the whip handle in his mouth, clenching down on it with his teeth. The Philolial queen did as he asked, placing her clean claw on his chest. Sedina lowered the burning book to his stump. Immediately after, every nerve in Dante's shoulder lit up at once. He tried to move away, but Dio kept him down. The smell of burning flesh assaulted Dante's nose. After what felt like an eternity, Sedina knocked the book away. She inspected the wound before nodding, casting a simple water spell to cleanse the wound and put out the book. Can you stand? She asked, offering her hand. Yeah. Dante grasped it and let himself be pulled up. His legs wobbled beneath him, but he'd manage. The battle may not have been long, but it got desperate real quick. If he had managed to unlock and upgrade the shooting star shield, it might not have been so bad. Then again, if he had the levels to do that, things would have been different regardless. Both of you, drink some healing potions. Dante pulled his remaining potions from his belt. He handed one to Sedina and uncorked one for Dio. What about you? Sedina asked after drinking hers. I have some more in my shield, but I'll save a couple for the girls. After Dio drank hers, Dante inspected her wound. Despite taking more damage at once, it didn't seem to be bleeding, though her exposed flesh looked almost dented. He supposed the location and bleed damage on him ended up making his worse. Dante surveyed the room next. There seemed to be little overall damage to it. He looked down at what remained of his bloody arm. Is there magic to find people from their blood? He asked Sedina. The last thing they needed was someone linking what happened here to them. Sedina shook her head. No, but we should take the arm. Sedina didn't want to mention it any more than Dante did. Yeah. He slowly walked over and reached for it. The gem in his shield reacted to the bit of flesh. Really now? He gestured to Sedina and she came over, tepidly placing the limb in his shield's gem. Shield of Sacrifice, LV locked, abilities locked, equip bonus, stat allocation, HP endowment. Well, that looks promising. What did you get? Sedina looked down at the shield. I'm not sure. We'll have time later to figure that out. He looked over the broken pieces of his armor. Can you grab the links? I'll clean up the body. They made quick work of the room. With the glaring evidence of their actions in this room either hidden away by Sedina or absorbed by Dante, they made their way out. The key they were looking for was in Idol's possession and, thus, now stored in Dante's shield, along with his whip. They slowly walked down the halls of the manor. Dio kept trying to get Dante to ride her, but he kept refusing. She was just as wounded as him, though a few more potions helped fix that, and he didn't want to burden her more. Once they reached the second floor again, they came across the metal door. Dante ejected the key from his shield and let it drop into Sedina's hands. She placed the key into the lock and heard a distinct clink, unlocking the door. When she opened it, they were greeted by a wide room filled with various trinkets, artwork, and other valuables. Dante didn't know exactly how such things were valued here, but he had to guess there was several hundred gold coins worth of treasure here. An idea formed in Dante's head. Try putting that painting into my shield. He spotted what he thought may have been a portrait of Idol's father, or some other ancestor. Sedina pulled the painting from the wall and held it to the shield, but it didn't react. Figures. He hoped that, since this manor belonged to Idol, all that lay within would be considered a possession for the shield to absorb. Sadly, that wasn't the case. Most of what was here would be too cumbersome to carry. We should get Raphtalia and Rifana now, Sedina said, looking to the door. In a minute, Dante said, looking at a chest on the floor. Actually. He turned to Sedina and extended his hand. Let me carry the key. You go and make sure no guards get in our way. I'll get the girls when I'm done here. We can meet up at the passage entrance. Are you sure that's a good idea? We'd be better off staying together. Dante shook his head. I'm no longer in a position to fight today, and Dio isn't much better off, but we should be fine against any random guard we find. If you take care of anyone who might get in our way, we won't have to worry about any more large conflicts. Plus, we'll need some money for whatever comes next. Sedina held the key in her hand, looking down at it. After a few moments, she handed it over to him. Don't take too long. We don't know how long Keel's distraction will last. Judging by the flames we saw, we should still have some time. From Idol's study, they could clearly see the eastern forest. The fire's growth was surprising. Jojo must have been moving fast for Keel to light up as much as he did. All right then. Sedina drank another potion and Dante recast his spell on her. She left the room, leaving Dante and Dio. In truth, there was little they could take. Dante grabbed a few pendants and put them in a sack he pulled from his shield, another drop item. He dropped a pick from his shield and worked the chest sitting in the corner. After about a minute of twisting and pulling, the lock clicked. Inside, he found the chest filled with coins and gems, plus a few other items. I'd say about a quarter is silver, the rest bronze. Most of the gems are uncut as well. Might have been an offering or tribute from a vassal. There are a few nice things in here as well. Dio and Dante scooped as much as they could into the sack. Dante clumsily tied the end in a simple knot and set it on Dio's back. With that done, they set out for the dungeon. The walk there was mostly quiet. He heard a guard or two make a muffled noise, but there was no yelling. Sedina was hard at work, it seemed, if the XP notifications were any indication. At the dungeon's door, Dante pulled the key from his belt and unlocked it. Dante pulled a torch from outside the door and they slowly descended into the prison. The layout of the room was not what he was expecting. The room was circular, cells made of iron were separated by walls of stone, each one facing the center of the room. There appeared to be a spot on each dividing wall to place a torch, should anyone care to. Near the center were a few chains hanging from the ceiling, likely for when Idol tortured his slaves. It seemed he wanted everyone to see what he was doing. In the very center of the room was what surprised Dante the most. A wooden table sat there with a chair on two sides, facing one another. The table itself had blood splattered on it, but not in an excessive amount. What the hell is this? Why would Idol? A.H. A voice cried out from one of the cells. Please, don't take her from me. She's all I have left. Dante whirled around and saw the source of the voice. A small, raccoon-eared demi-human girl. Raphtalia. She was huddled over something. Someone. She held onto the other for dear life. Dante approached the cell slowly, Dio walking right behind him. Don't worry, I'm a friend, he said softly, placing the torch in the holder next to the cell. My name is Dante MacRory. I'm the shield hero. I'm here to rescue you. Raphtalia's pink eyes took in his form. Her quivering lips tried to let words flow. The shield hero. Yes. Dante shifted the form of his shield to the small shield before changing it back. I was summoned here to fight the waves. But right now, I'm here to save you too. Sedina is outside, making sure it's safe. Her eyes shined with hope. Sedina. She's here? Tears poured from her eyes, and she shook the body she was covering. Rifana. Sedina's here. And the shield hero. They came for us. Shield hero. Dante saw Rifana turn her head slightly. Her voice sounded so weak. That's right. Dante said softly. You're safe now. That man will never hurt you again. He pulled out the key and opened the door to their cell. When he stepped in, he saw just how worn their clothes had become. And bloody. Raphtalia's was in bad shape, but Rifana's was basically non-existent. Her rags barely covered her body at all. The parts that did were soaked with blood. The poor girl was covered in lashes and cuts. Dante knelt next to the girls. He dropped a healing potion next to him from his shield and picked it up. Can you lean her up? I can help ease the pain, he said to Raphtalia, who quickly propped up her friend. Dante changed to the small medicine shield in hopes it would boost the healing potion he fed the heavily wounded girl. He brought the potion to her lips, a soft glow surrounding her body as the healing took effect. Once the glow faded, she opened her eyes just a little bit more. She looked up at Dante with a small smile on her face. I knew you would save us, she said weakly. Of course, he said, a smile on his face. It was strained, given where they were and what everyone went through. Raphtalia, do you need healing too? She shook her head quickly, but it was mostly a rhetorical question. Dante had already dropped another potion and had it in his extended hand. Raphtalia took it and drank the contents. Despite their injuries, Dante noticed they seemed to be in decent health, given their surroundings. Can either of you stand? He looked down at Rifana. She tried to lean up further, but quickly fell back down, barely caught by Dante. Raphtalia stood up, her legs slightly unsteady. Dante looked back to the Philolial. Dio, come in and sit. I'll put the girls on your back. Okay? Gway. Dio stepped through the cell door and sat down. Dante turned back to Rifana. Grab onto me. I'll pick you up. The frail girl did as he said, lightly gripping his chainmail as he scooped her up with one arm. He cautiously lifted himself off the ground and placed her on Dio's back. He turned again and picked up Raphtalia, placing her right behind Rifana. Dante looked through his drops and pulled out a pair of shirts that didn't have any blood on them. He showed them to the girls. "Here, put these on. It's not much, but it will do for now." After dressing them and making sure Dio could stand properly, they exited the cell. Before leaving, Dante noticed a door on the opposite side of the exit. He walked over to. "No!" Raphtalia shouted, startling him. He turned back to see her shaking in terror. Please. Don't take us." Her eyes were wide as she stared at the door. What could possibly be scaring her so much? Dante gave the door another look before he spoke. "Dio, wait by the stairs with the girls. I'll be right there." The Filolial walked away as Dante approached the door. There was no lock, so he was able to pull the door open without issue. He immediately wished he hadn't. Inside the room was a table with various tools on top of it. The most prominent was a meat cleaver stuck into a heavy cutting board. A dripping noise caught his attention. When he turned to the source, he saw a trough on the floor filled with blood. His gaze turned upwards. Bound by the wrists with chains, a small body hung there. A body with no skin on it. Exposed muscles, fat, and bones was what he saw. The center of the body was already open, the organs removed and sitting in a large bowl to the side. He couldn't even tell what type of demi-human it used to be, or even if it was a boy or a girl. Dante's eyes widened further as his gaze shifted behind him. Back to the table in the center of the room. "Idle. What have you done?" It started to make sense. Dante didn't notice it before, but there was a lack decay in the air. The cells themselves looked reasonably clean. There weren't any rats or corpses in any of the other cells either. Dante looked back up to the bled-out corpse, a sad look in his eye. "I'm sorry this happened to you," he said. "I don't know who you were or where you're from, but I'll at least give you a burial." He held his shield to the body and pulled it in. A notification popped up, but he promptly dismissed it. Closing the door behind him, he walked to the waiting Filolial and children. "Let's leave this place," he said, ascending the stairs. Once they reached the top and past the door, Sedina was waiting for them. She immediately wrapped the girls in a hug, rubbing their backs and holding them close. One look from her told Dante what he needed to know: all the guards in the area were dead. At least, the ones that could get in their way. They made their way to the hidden passage. Once there, Sedina transformed and carried Raphtalia and the sack, while Dante carried Rifana. He had to assure Sedina he was well enough for the task. It took longer to travel through this time around, but they eventually got to the bottom. They set the kids in the cart and hooked Dio up to it. "Okay, hop in," Sedina said, turning to Dante. "What?" Dante cocked his head to the side. "No, I can walk." "None of that, now." Sedina shook her head. "You took a hard hit in there and need some rest." "You did too," he pointed out. "I had the shield to protect me, and I know my potions didn't bring you back up to full HP. I'll just dash." "Dante." Her tone still had its usual looseness, but there was a small edge to it. It probably wouldn't be good to argue in front of the kids right now. "Okay." Dante surrendered, stepping onto the cart with Sedina's help. "Good." Sedina nodded with a smile. "I'll jog alongside the cart." "Let's get going, Dio." "Gway." The Filolial began towing the cart behind her. With her reduced speed, the wagon ride back took longer than before. That was fine, since Raphtalia and Rifana would have likely gotten motion sickness from it otherwise. The girls stole a number of glances at him as they rode, and every time Dante gave them a reassuring smile. It took all he had to stay awake at this point. The adrenaline and shock had worn off and his body was craving sleep, but he needed to stay alert, just in case they had any pursuers. The girls, on the other hand, began to doze off. It was unnecessary, as their ride back was devoid of any interruption. They pulled into the manor of Van ReUPLOADED, a few of the rooms still lit. Dante! He heard Keel call his name as they approached. He was sitting in front of the main door, Jojo lying beside him, and a different pair of guards standing at attention. Gwei! Jojo got to his feet in a hurry and ran to the cart in his king form. Gwei! Gwei! He started squawking more when he saw Dante's missing arm. Hey, Jojo! We're back! Dante tried calming the bird by stroking his head, but Jojo kept moving it around to see his arm. We're okay, I promise. Dante slid off the wagon. Before he could take a single step, Keel was before him, slamming his fists into Dante's gut. You jerk! He cried as his fists hit Dante. You were you thought. Yeah. Dante placed a hand on Keel's head and gave it a stroke. You read it, huh? He figured Keel might read the note before they got back, but he hoped he hadn't. Keel, if you're reading this, it's morning and we haven't returned, or the slave seal turned black. In either case, we failed. I'm sorry I didn't prepare you for this better, but I wanted to make sure at least one of us made it back. I'm sorry we couldn't save Raphtalia and Rifana, and you may have lost Sedina as well. We knew the risks, but you know how important it was to try and rescue them. With this note are 2 letters. They detail a few things I believe will happen in the future. If you can, please give these to Queen Morelia Melromark and any emissaries from Siltvelt. I know this is a lot to ask. If you don't think you can, you may ask ReUPLOADED to deliver them. He has also agreed to let you live on his lands, if you want to. My pack also has the rest of my money and equipment. It's yours now. Be well, watch over Jojo, and live a good life. Dante MacRory, the Shield Hero. Dante felt it somewhat cruel to leave things like that, but there was only so much he could do. He wasn't even sure who he should give that information to. He hoped that, given the warning from their god, Siltvelt would postpone any ideas about going to war. For now, at least. The next set of heroes would have to make do. I thought I was going to lose you too. Keel said, the tears not stopping. I'm sorry. Dante continued to rub Keel's head. Promise me you won't leave again. He gripped the chainmail at Dante's waist. I promise. And promise you won't talk about dying again. I promise. Dante didn't realize Keel cared so much. What had he truly done for the boy? Yes, he bought him from the slave trader. He reunited him with Sedina. He fed him good meals and made him stronger. He caught one of the slavers that attacked his village and learned of the rest. Dante was a fool. In the short amount of time they were together, he actually had done more for the kid than he realized. To him, it was enacting a plan and helping out a kid. To Keel, it must have meant the world. Keel looked up at him with red eyes. His sight quickly focused on Dante's missing limb. Your arm. Hush. Dante gave Keel's head one final stroke. There'll be time to worry about me later. He turned Keel's attention to the cart, to his friends. Keel? Raphtalia said, waking from her dozing. Raphtalia! Rifana! Keel scrambled into the cart and hugged the 2 girls, his crying starting up again. Dante smiled at the display. I see you were successful. A voice said. Dante saw ReUPLOADED approach, Fiatia following behind him. Though it wasn't without sacrifice. You could say that. Dante rubbed the stump where his shoulder used to be. Thank you for all you've done. I don't know what you mean. ReUPLOADED kept his innocent smile on his face. Please, rest for the night in my manor. After what we've done? Dante was happy for the offer, but he didn't want to put the kind lord in any more danger than he has already. For rescuing slaves from an unjust fate, I believe a night's stay in my home is the least I can offer. Dante nodded. Thank you. He turned to Sedina and beckoned her closer. I think I'll go straight to sleep. Raphtalia should be having night terrors, so keep her close. Of course. He didn't need to tell her that. She was probably going to keep all three of them close. We can talk about what happens next in the morning. With that, he made his way inside. Fiatia escorted him to an empty bedroom, along with Jojo and Dio, who refused to leave his side. A look at his arm indicated there wasn't much risk of infection, which he was thankful for. He thanked her again for her help and bid her good night. Dante gave the bed a glance and decided against it. His two Filolials would no doubt want to be as close to him as possible, and the bed wasn't likely to hold all three of them. Shirking off his ruined chainmail, Dante lay next to his royal Filolials on the floor. Their feathers really were quite soft. Within a minute, he was fast asleep, happily enjoying the first restful sleep in a long while. Notes. Author's notes. The battle was pretty quick, I admit, but I feel that a few good hits from someone strong will do in most people aside from the shield hero, disregarding level differences. I was trying to go for a more oh shit, we need to figure this out quick, type of thing, so I hope you aren't too disappointed. But yeah, missing an arm. I had that in mind for some time. While it won't completely keep him from getting strong, I felt it would serve as a constant reminder not to bite of more than he can chew. I also imagine Siltvelt won't be too happy to hear about it, which is something being incredibly strong can't do much about. I'll definitely be toning down Dante's I'm okay if I die attitude. It was a little contradictory, given he has a wish he wants fulfilled, but hey, grief can warp your thoughts in strange ways. Please leave a review and tell me what you think.